If you are a beginner who wants to level up your full stack skills, this video is for you. We are building a complete book library application with Next.js 16 and TypeScript that feels clean and fully polished. You will build a beautiful homepage where users can preview featured books and an explore page where they can browse the full collection and filter everything by genre. You will create a smooth flow for adding books with live image previews, and each book will have its own dedicated page. If a user added a book, they can edit it or delete it, and every other user can add or remove it from their own personal library. Along the way, you will set up Clerk for authentication, use Shadcn and Tailwind CSS for styling, connect it to MongoDB, handle requests with Axios, store images on Cloudinary, and deploy the final project to Vercel. Let us get started and bring this app to life. I have my empty VS Code set up, and the first thing we have to do is to install Next.js. And how can we install? We install using the terminal. So we have to open our terminal by pressing Ctrl J, or you can go into this three dots area and click on terminal and click on new terminal. It's the same thing. All right, now that we have opened our terminal, we are going to write the command that we are going to use to install Next.js, and the command is npx create -next -app at latest. Then you are going to call the folder name. You can call this my app or anything, but me, I'm going to use a full stop since I want it to be in this zbooks folder. And then since we're using Next.js 16, we can just put in this flag --yes to make sure that we have all the default settings from Next.js, and then we'll click on enter and then wait for it to get installed. Alright, so we need to install the following packages. Just click on Y and enter to proceed. Alright, as you can see, it is installing Tailwind CSS, ESLint, TypeScript, and the rest. So we'll just wait for it to get installed and then we proceed building our application. Now that we have successfully installed Next.js, we can start our server rather by using the command npm run dev. Now, if you had entered a folder name, you'll have to cd into the folder. Let's say you called your folder my app, you have to cd inside my app before running npm run dev. If not, you're going to run into an error. Alright, so now let's just put in the command npm run dev to start our development server. Click on enter. Alright, now that it has been ready, let's just go into our browser and check out localhost 3000. So we go into here and say localhost 3000, and we should see Next.js, but first it should be compiling. Alright, yeah, so it is compiling the home page, which is why you're seeing compiling this slash. This slash means the home page. Let's just wait for it to compile, finish. Alright, so it is done compiling. We can go back to our browser to check, and as you can see, we have Next.js. It has loaded successfully. Now, just like they said here, to get started, we have to edit the page.txs file. Now, this page.txs file is what we call the home page. So that's the root page, and to access that, since we're using the app router, we're going to go into app, and then you can see it here. Right now, these are the components that make this to display. So to edit it, we can just remove everything inside it. For now, let's just close our terminal, Ctrl J, and then hold shift and click again to remove everything inside. And we can just return a div with the text homepage. Then you can save, and if you go back to, as you can see, we have the home page. So the next thing is to work on the navigation bar. We are going to work on the navigation bar, and then I'm going to teach you how to work with pages and links since we're working on the nav bar. So what we're going to do is to go into this app component, or outside the app components. Outside the app components, we're going to create a new folder called components. And then inside this components folder, we're going to create a new file. We're going to call this navbar.tsx. Now I have this extension which makes me to be able to create functional components very easily. Now we have this navbar. If we go back to our home page, or if we go back to our localhost 3000, you're not going to see the navbar. That is because we haven't added it to the home page. But now, should we add the navbar to the home page? That is a very good question. We have two places to add components, either the home page or the layout. We use the layout to add components which are persistent, things like the navbar and the footer, things that you don't change, things that stays persistent throughout all pages. So let's say you're in the home page, we want the navigation bar to show. If you're in the about page, you will want the navigation bar to still show. If we don't put it in the layout, we are going to be adding it every single time where we create a new page. So for that, we are going to put it inside the layout.tsx. So we'll go into layout.tsx, and then before the children, that is before every other page or every other component, we add the navbar. Make sure you import that and Ctrl S. Now if we go back, we're going to see the navbar. As you can see, we have the navbar working. All right, so now let us design the navbar. Go back into the navigation bar, and we're not going to be using a div. Instead, we're going to be using nav for semantics. So we use the nav, and then inside the nav, we're going to have a div. And inside this div, we're going to have another div. You know, we're going to be working with flex when we're working with navigation bars. Now, inside this div, we're going to have our logo, and this logo is going to link to the home page. So for that, we'll need a link, and Next.js provides us with a link component, which is better than the href, the a tag, which we know. The a tag usually reloads, but the link provide caching by default. So you import the link component from next/link, and then you close it for now, and you can just come in here and href, this should be equal to /, and then we can just call the name zbooks. You can call it anyone you want, it's totally your choice. Now under this link, we are going to be having a div which is going to have series of buttons, which are our navigation items. So we need a button. And how can we get a button? We can, of course, we can use the normal button tag, but this won't really make sense. So for that, we have to use Shadcn so that we can use a default styling throughout all our application without adding class name upon class name upon class name. So let's go into our browser, and we can just search for Shadcn, and then click on ui.shadcn.com. Now just click on get started, and then we have been asked to pick our framework. Since we're working with Next.js, you can just click on Next.js. And to install Shadcn is very straightforward and very easy. Just copy this and then go into your VS Code or your code editor, Ctrl J to open your terminal. You can stop your terminal, you can stop your development server rather, and then you paste in the command and click on enter. So we have been asked some questions. So which color would you like to use? Just click on neutral and they are going to do the rest for us. Okay, now it has been installed, and the first we are going to add is a button. So I think, yeah, that is what is used as an example. Just click on this npx shadcn at latest add button, or you copy it and then you paste it and click on enter. It's going to take a few milliseconds to get installed. Now that it has finished installing, if you are looking at this part, since you observe that a new folder has come out, and if you click on it, you can see this button.tsx. Now let's just test how the button works. So Ctrl J to close the terminal, and then inside this div you just add a button, install it from import it from ./UI/button. Yeah, so that is where it is. And then we can just come here and say click me. Yeah, so let's use this. Click me, Ctrl S. And if you go back to your browser, sorry, okay, let me start our development server again. Npm run dev. Now let's check our browser, and as you can see, we have this button without any styling. We didn't have to manually style anything, we just have the button. But then this is not just a normal library, this is Shadcn, so of course you can come in here and change anything you want. For example, I like all my buttons to have a cursor of pointer, so I'll just come in and say cursor dash pointer. I don't know, my Tailwind CSS is not giving me suggestions. I'll have to, okay, yeah, I might have to reload my code editor after, but let's just continue for now. So now if I go into my browser, you can see that this my cursor changed to the hand pointer. Yeah, all right, so now that we have this, we can just continue building. Now we want this button to be a link, so for that we'll just add a link inside the button and then make the button a child of the link. So to do that, okay, we already have the link imported. We're still going to make this the home page, not the login page like this said. We're going to call this feed. The next button we're going to have is the explore button. So under this button, I can just copy this and paste it a few times. All right, so the next button we're going to have is the explore button, and the next one is the add book button. Add a book, add book. The other one we're going to have is the library button, where we're going to see all the books added to our library. And then the final one is the sign in button. Now you save this and go back to our browser. Let's see. All right, so let me make this normal size. Let's leave this for now. All right, so this is not looking nice, so I think it's time to style this a little. First thing we're going to go into is the nav in general. So the navbar in general, I'll give this a class name. We're going to be having that candle wax type of design. So let's just see how it looks. So first we'll give this a border bottom, and then we'll give it a border color of hash DAD 3C8 border color of this particular color, and then we give this a kind of white background, bg dash hash f c f AF7, and then we'll put /50 to reduce the opacity for it to have that kind of candle wax feeling. And also we have to make it blur so that, of course, to have that candle wax feeling, backdrop dash blur, just like that. And then we want it to be very small, so this is extra small, XS, and we want to make it sticky, so that no matter how we scroll, we're going to keep seeing our navigation bar. Top -0, it should always be on top. Z index of 50, so that nothing can be above it. And then we'll give it a padding in the X direction of 4. Now you Ctrl S and go back into your browser. You might not be able to see the candle wax feeling right now because we can't scroll, but of course with time you are going to see it. So the next thing we are going to edit is we are going to update is this div. We can just give this div a margin in the X direction of auto. So give it a class name, a margin X of auto, and then we'll come down into this other div right here. And then this is the div which contains this particular link, and then this div that contains all the buttons. So we want to make it spaced out. We want to make this div in the left direction and this div in the right direction. So for that, we're going to use flex. So class name, give it a class name of flex, and then items dash center, and then we're going to make this justify between, and then we'll give it a height of 16. Now if you Ctrl S, you see that they will be spaced out. Yeah, as you can see, we have this in the left direction and all these buttons in the right direction. Let me make the home page let me give the home page a height so that we're going to see the candle wax filling before we proceed. So if I can give this a class name of, let's say, h-screen. Let's see if we're going to get, let me get rid of this. Let's see if we're going to get if we'll be able to scroll. So yeah, as you can see, the home page, as it entered this place, it's got blurred. So that's the candle wax filling. You might not notice it yet because we don't have much components inside the home page, but that's what I'm talking about. So yeah. All right, let's go back to our navigation bar and continue styling. All right, so inside this link, we have given this the H direction. Yeah, so we're going to add want to give this like a logo. So for that, we're going to need an icon, and to get the icon, we're going to be using Lucid React. But you don't need to install Lucid React because when installing Shadcn, Lucid React got installed automatically. So you can just use the icons from Lucid React directly. So for that, we're going to need this book key icon, since we're working with a library, with the library app. So book key, and yeah, I think that is all. So let's check how it looks. Ctrl S, and let's see. Yeah, you can see it doesn't look that nice. So let's style everything. So first, we're going to give this a class name. We want it to be side by side. So of course, we're going to use flex, and then items center. So they're going to be on the same height vertically, and then give it a gap of 2 to have that space in between them. Gap of 2. And then this book key, give this a class name of width of 6, age of 6, height of 6, and then this is okay like that. Then for this, we want to style this separately. So to style this separately, we have to just wrap it in a span tag. Yeah, I think that is the best way to do. If you want to style a component separately, you can just wrap it in a span tag, and then you can add the class name inside it. So class name, add a class name of give it a text of extra large, and then font bold, and give the text of foreground. Now you might be asking, where is text foreground coming from? If you go into If you go into globals.css, you're going to see a lot of themes. Now, these are colors. As you can see, this is where the foreground is coming from. This is the color. So it's a kind of dark color. So this is what I'm using. All right. Now let's save and let's check back. Yeah, this is looking better. All right, let's go and work on the buttons. So under this div, we already have them flexed, but we can still just add it here as well. So they're already flexed. So items, center, and then they should have a gap between them, gap of 2. So let's check again. Yeah, it's looking nice. And let's continue styling. For the button, we're going to have a kind of dynamic button. So we're going to change the variant we're going to change the variant depending on if the button is active or not. So how can we know if a button is active? We are going to be using the path name. So in Next.js, we have this hook, which is called use path name. So const path name is equal to use path name from next/navigation. But let me warn you, using use anything is going to give you error if you don't make this a client component, because using use anything means that you're using hooks. And one of the laws of Next.js is that anytime you use hooks, you have to make that particular component a client component, because all components are server components by default. To show what I'm talking about, let's just continue and you're going to see an error. All right, the next thing we're going to have is a function which is going to take an argument called path, and then it's going to check if that path name is equals to path, and then it's going to return either true or false. So that's how we're going to know if that particular path is active or not. But then let me show you what we are getting as a path name. So console.log path name, and you're going to get the path name. Now let's save and let's check our console. As you can see, I told you we're going to have an error because we are importing a component that needs use path name. This React hooks only works in a client component. So to fix that, we have to mark the file as a client component, and to mark it, we just come on top here and add the use client directive on top, just like this, and you'll notice that the error is going to be gone. Yeah, perfect. Now let's inspect and let's check our console. As you can see, we have this path name as slash. That is because we're in the home page. If we change this to /about, you can see the path name changes as well to /about. Let's change it back to home page, and we went back to slash. So we're going to use this path name and a path. Let me just work on the function. I will explain as I'm going. So we're going to have an arrow function. Const is active. This is going to be equal to, sorry, let me spell this way. Const is active. This is going to be equal to a path. So this is the argument it is collecting, and the argument is going to be a string. And this is going to be, we're going to now say that if the path name is equal to the path. So that is all. This is looking somehow, but we can rewrite this in a way. Now, to rewrite this, of course, we know arrow functions and normal functions. This is okay if you want it to be easier and in a one-line kind of code, but for a better understanding, let's write it in a normal function way. So function is active, sorry. This is going to accept a path of type string, and then we're going to check if path name if path name is equal to path, return true, else return false. So this does the same thing, and we're going to test it out right now. So we're going to go back into those buttons to change the variant depending on if it is active or not. All right, so to do that, we'll just go into this button component here and say variant. Variant will be is active. We're going to call that is active function, and then we're going to pass in, like I said, the path. So if you look at the function, we're expecting a path, and then we perform this code here. So this is the home page, so we're going to pass in the home page, and we're going to now say if it is true. We're going to be using a ternary operator right now. So if it is true, we're going to use the default components of the button, and if it is not true, that is if it is false, we're going to use the ghost component, just like this. So we can just copy this as well. Let me just add other things. So since we're using this link inside the button, we're going to be making this a child of the button we're going to make the button a child, so as child of the link, and then we're going to make this a size of small. All right, so I'm going to copy this right now and paste it in other components, and then this is the explore, so /explore /add dash book /add dash book, come here, /library and /library, just like this. And then for the button, we're just going to make it outline. This is going to remain permanently outlined because it is not actually changing with the rest, not class name, variant rather. So we have a variant, so we're going to make it outline. Save this like this, and then let's check what we have. As you can see, other ones, the buttons, the background color went away, and for the home page it remained there because this is /, and then the path that was passed to it was /, and then if they pass it, in case the path is / path name / is equals to /, so that means it is returning true. Now let's change it to explore, and you see that the variant is going to go to that explore page. You can see it has changed, and if we go back to feed, and that is what we want. So we are almost done with this. Yeah, we just need to add icons to our buttons. All right, let's go back to our feed and let's go back to our code here. Now inside this link components, we're going to be adding different icons. So to not waste time, I'll just copy and paste them and explain as we go. So for the home page, for the feed rather, I'm going to come in here, clear out this feed inside and paste this. So we still have our feed, but then we have another icon. Import it from Lucid React, and let's check how it looks. We are going to give this a gap of 2, just like that, and let's see. You can see we have this book icon. So we're going to do for the rest, I'll just copy and paste. I've already explained a lot of styling, so you should understand what I'm talking about right now. So all right, we have the compass, import it from Lucid React, give it a width of 4, height of 4, gap of 2. Then in mobile view, we're going to make it hidden, and then for normal view and above, we're going to make it inline. So that is why we had this hidden here. We're going to do for the add book. Let me just quickly add all those ones. All right, so we are done adding the icons. We can go into our code to see. Now they're saying library is not defined, but we just imported it from Lucid React, right? So let's check again. Yeah, so we added all the components from Lucid React. So I don't know if it's taking time to load, but let's refresh and let's see what happens. Yeah, you can see we have this beautiful navigation bar, the feed, the explore, add book, library, and the rest. The next thing we're going to do is to change the font. I don't like this font. I want to make it looking, the font is okay, don't get me wrong. I like the font, actually, it's nice. But I want to give this a kind of a book feeling kind of font. So for that, to change the font in Next.js is not as hard as you think. We just need to go into our layout. So go into layout. This is where, if you notice, this is where they added their font. So this is the gist mono font. So for us, we're going to be using Playfair font. So we can just get rid of this gist mono and gist sans, and then you have your Playfair. So make sure you import Playfair. I don't know, I keep saying Playfair from next font/Google. Get rid of this one, and then put in a variable like this, subset Latin, and then you can add any weights of your choice. And then we'll come under here, and then we're not going to be using dot variable, we're going to be using dot class name. So you add in your this, and then Playfair dot class name, just like this. And then let's check. I don't know, this is taking time to load. Let me reload this again. Yeah, so we have that kind of book feeling. Yeah. The next thing we're going to work on is signing in before working on the home page, or we should just work on the home page first. Let's just continue building the UI designs, and from there we'll see how far we can go. So for the home page, we're going to be using two different components. We're going to be using hero and then recently added components to display the recently added books. So for that, we go into our components, we add a new folder. We're going to call the folder home, and then inside home, we're going to have the hero component and the recently added components. So first we have the hero.csx, and then let me just put in the basic here, and then we're going to have the recently added.tsx, recently added.tsx, RAFCE, just like this. Now we go back into our home page, which is page.tsx, and we're going to add it inside here. Now let's remove this h-screen and give this a padding bottom of 10, and then we're going to add in the two components here, which is the hero and the recently added component. I don't know if I'm being too fast, but we are creating two components for the hero. So right now, if you go into we are going to see hero and recently added. So these are two different components, but we don't want to add everything inside here because it won't make that much sense for your home page to be packed. So that's why we're separating it into two different components. So let's just close this navbar, the layout, and focus on these three. Let's close everything here as well to make everything look nice, and open the component so you can see this. All right, first we're going to be working on is the hero, of course. So we go into the hero and then change it from div. We're going to make it a section for semantics as well. Okay, let me quickly make this announcement. From this point on, I'm not going to focus on the styling anymore. What matters now are the main features and the overall structure, and I don't want to make the video longer than it needs to be. So I might just be copying and be pasting styles, but I'm going to explain as much as I can. But like I said, what matters are the overall structure of your application and the core functionality without making the video so long. All right, so for this, we're going to have a class name of, we're going to have a border B, that is border at the bottom, and then give it a border color of that kind of grayish color. And if you go and check, okay, we don't have anything inside. We don't have anything inside. Yeah, so we can't see anything now. Yeah, so after that we have a div, and then we have another div, and then inside this div we're going to have a text, which is the h1, and then it's going to say welcome to the reading room. And then under this h1 we're going to have a p tag, which is going to kind of like explain what this app is. So this is like a sanctuary for bibliophiles, discover, share, discuss, and whatever. Then after that we are going to have a button under the p tag. We're going to have a button which is a normal button like we have explained before. So this link, we are going to make the button a child of the link so that it works like everywhere of the button becomes a link. Let me import this link from Next. Don't import link from Lucid, import it from Next/link. All right, and then this icon from Lucid React. All right, so this is our call to action button, and let's check what we have. I don't know why this thing is not refreshing as fast as it should be. So you can see this border bottom that I was trying to show you, and this is our heading, our p tag, and our call to action button. Our call to action button is already looking nice already. Let's just continue. So for this h1, we're going to give this a kind of big text to make it look nice. So we'll give it a text of 7XL. Why I'm adding this exclamation mark is to mark this size as important, because Playfair have their font, because we declared weight and other things. So Playfair was trying to make us use their particular type of size, but I don't want that. I wanted to make it bigger than it should be. So that was why I had this exclamation mark here. All right, and then for medium screen sizes, we give this a text of 6XL, font bold, and text of foreground. I'll show you how we got this text of foreground. But these are just styles. You can always change this to suit what you want. It depends on you. So if we go back, you are going to see that becomes so big. And then for the p tag, we're going to make it grayish, and yeah, so let me just paste the style. Yeah, so give it a large text and a kind of gray orange kind of text color, and then leading or relaxed. So go back, and yeah, this is okay. Now this is not looking so nice, so we have to go and style the upper div. So for the first div, we're going to give this a max width of 3XL, and we're going to make the text centered. So for this, we'll just paste this here, give it a max width of 3XL and MX Auto so that it is centered both sides, and then text of center and space Y of 4. So if you go now, this is looking better. Now we have to make it look nicer. So we're going to make this a class. We're going to give it a class of container, and then a padding y in the y direction of 12 to make it look in the to make it have space in the y axis. So we'll come in here, paste it, and I don't know, I keep forgetting the C. Yeah, so container, this is a class in Tailwind CSS that gives us predefined max width and other functionalities. Now MS Auto, padding the X direction of 4, padding the Y direction of 12. And now if we check, you can see this is looking very nice. Now, before we continue, I'm going to be changing some default styling like the button and our background. To change the background, we're going to be going into layout. So let's go into layout, and now we're going to change our background. So where is layout? Okay, inside the app and then layout. We're going to make this, we're going to give this a BG of hash FBF A F8, and then I'll add the exclamation mark so that it's going to be important and it's going to be above any background color which tries to overshadow it. So Ctrl S, and then let's check our component. No much difference, but yeah, it's okay. It's okay. So for the button, we're going to go into UI button.csx. And then for the default, which is this, we're not going to give this a BG of primary. Our primary color is going to be hash 8A 2828, just like this. And if I save and go back, you're going to see that that's changed to this. Yeah, but then on hover, it is still this color, so we're going to still change it as well. So we will go and say it should still be the same color, but with a opacity of 90. We're going to reduce the color just like this one now. So we're going to just say it should still be our 882828, but it should reduce the opacity to 90, and then just like that. Yeah, so with this, I think we're okay to move into recently added. And let me make this sign in button small. I forgot the small attributes. So let's just go back into navigation bar, and then this button, give this a size of SM. And yeah, it is nice. The next we're going to have is this recently added, but then we are going to need books for us to be able to work on this component. So for that, we're going to work on the sign in, and then after the sign in, we're going to work on the add book components, which we are going to use to get books, and then we're going to display the recently added. So that's how we're going to do it. So in the next part right now, we're going to work on the sign in. For the sign in functionality, we're going to be using Clerk. Clerk is very simple and easy to integrate, and for us to get started very quickly instead of spending hours using custom authentication. But it is better to build your own auth, at least in my own perspective. But in this video, we're going to be using Clerk to make things fast and easy for everyone to follow. So to get started, we can just search for Clerk and Next.js, and then I think this should give us the documentation to get started. Yeah, so Next.js quick start for app router. Of course, we're using app router, so this should be okay. All right, so create a new Next.js application. We already have a Next.js application. We'll just skip this and then install Clerk. Copy that. Open your terminal. You can close yours, but I will just create a new one, and let's see. Yeah, paste it inside and click on enter, then wait for it to get installed. All right, so now that it has been installed, we'll go over to the next step. The next step is to add the Clerk middleware to the app. So we have to create a file, proxy.ts, and then we paste this code inside it. So we're going to put it in the root folder. So close all of these. This is our root folder. create a new file, proxy.txt, and then you paste in the file that they asked for, and you save. And like they said by default the middleware is not going to protect any route, so we have to protect the route by ourselves. And step 4 is to add the Clerk provider and component to the app. So we'll go into our layout. That's where we're going to add the Clerk provider. Go into layout, and then you wrap every single thing inside here with Clerk provider. Make sure you import that from at Clerk/Next.js, and yeah, so this is what you need. And then since we are signing in and signing up with the nav bar, we go into the navigation bar, and then we can work on our sign in button. So now we need to show this sign in button only when we are signed out. All right, so we are going to come in here. We're going to have two components from Clerk, signed out and signed in. So signed out, import it from Clerk, and then sign in. I don't know why it's not closing automatically. And then also signed in. All right, so these are the two components we need. So we want to display something when signed out and another thing when signed in. So when signed out, we need to show the sign in button. So we're going to add in the sign in button from Clerk, sign in button, and then we're going to put in our own custom button. So this is our own custom button, which we have already made. So you Ctrl X to cut and you paste it inside here. Now this is when we are signed out, and when we are signed in, what do we want to show? We just want to show the user button. So Clerk already have this component that is going to showcase the user information and for them to log out. So this is nice. So Ctrl S, and we should have a working sign in and sign up functionality. So if we go back to our code and we click on sign in, let's see what happens. So as you can see, this link changed, and let's just see. So signing into my application, so we can just continue with Google. Let's see. You can see how easy it is to set up. So I'll just pick my email. And then I can just click on continue. So as you can see, we have this user button here. But look at this. We have created our first user, but then it is not linked to our application because I don't even have an account with Clerk in the first place. I'm not sure I have an account with this particular Gmail. So they have popped up this, and then so you have created your first user, link this application to your Clerk account. So I'll just click on claim application, and let's see what it leads us to. I think they're going to give us a kind of keys to work on. So let's see. So we have to sign in to Clerk application. So I'm going to use my Google account to sign into Clerk. All right, I've signed in and it's loading currently. Preparing my account. And all right, they're asking us for our application name. I can just call this like what we've been calling our application since. ZBooks, and I think this format is okay. So you can choose any signing option you want. You can choose phone number, you can still use phone, but I think the default is okay. You can just play around with it and then click on create application. So what will your users see? Install the SDK. We already have this. So the next thing is to get this key. So we'll copy this right now and then go into our folder, our code editor, and then in the root folder, we're going to create a new file. We're going to call this .env.local, just like that, and then we're going to paste it inside. So this is what we copied, and I've pasted it here. Now let's go to the next step. We already have the middleware. We already have the Clerk provider, and I think that's done. So let's go inside here and let's sign in again. As you can see that it changed to sign into ZBooks, and we can just continue with Google. Alright, so I've signed in, and this is the user button I was talking about. As you can see, it has my username, my user information. I can manage my account directly. Every single thing is working just how many minutes and we are done. Now, if we go into our Clerk dashboard, now let's go into users. You're going to see one user inside here. So this is where you're going to see your users. Let me close this. Now this is where you're going to see your users, and you can perform functions like banning them, deleting them, locking them, and different important features. And I think that's all we need for Clerk. And we're going to go now to adding of books. So we're going to keep the add book as a server component, and then we're going to use the add book component as a client component. When I'm doing it, you're going to understand better. So let's just go into the next section. From the beginning of this video up to this moment, we have been using the home page and other components, but then we haven't talked about creating a new page or a new route in Next.js. So how do we create a new page or a new route in Next.js? Next.js uses file-based routing, but before I do anything, I'm going to clear everything here, close all of this, and let me increase this a little bit. And so Next.js uses file-based routing, which means that any folder you create here that has this page.tsx is going to be a route. So to create the add book route or the add book page, you can just come in here and say add dash book. That's our folder name, and then we put in the page.tsx. Now we're going to add in the component, the functional component, and then we can call this add book, just like this, Ctrl S. And now if we move into add book, and if we refresh or reload, we're going to see add book here. Yeah, so this is how you create a route in Next.js. Very simple. You don't need to install another component or another package to use routing in Next.js. Very easy. And if you watched my video when I taught Next.js in 40 minutes, you are going to understand it better. And in my last video as well, when I taught Next.js in 40 minutes, I said that it is required, or Next.js recommended, that all pages should be a server component. And then if you want to have client-side functionalities inside a server component, you should create a separate component and then add it inside the server component. So we're going to be using that rule. Of course, it's not actually a bad thing, to make your page a client component, but it is recommended because I think it is faster. Also, you can make more research, but that what I just want to point out. Now in this book page, of course, form is going to be client side because it is interactive. It uses inputs and buttons as well. First we're going to have is page 1, and then it's going to have this add a new book text. So just come in here, add a new book. The next thing is a p tag, which is going to have a text as well. So under it, we're going to have a p tag, and then under the p tag, that's where we're going to have the form. But for now, let's just start what we have. Let's just check what we have now. It's not looking that nice. So first is this div class name. We're going to give this a padding in the y direction of 5, and then a minimum height of screen. So just like this. Sorry, let me get rid of these extra ones. Ctrl S, and yeah, I think that's nice. I don't know. Yeah, so we're going to give this add book a, okay, let's give it a padding in the x direction of 4 to have that space between them. You should have that space here. Yeah. All right, so now it's time to style the heading. So we can just copy and paste the style. I don't want to waste so much time. So just come in here, paste it. So we'll give this a very large text, and in mobile and other, you can just play around with the styling and the font of bold, text foreground, and make it centered. So if we go back here, you can see how it looks. And then for this, we're going to make this one centered as well and give it a normal base text size with a different kind of color to have that kind of background text feeling. So we'll give this a kind of grayish orange, a black orange color, and then text of center as well. And then if we go into this, you'll see it. This is looking nice. The next thing we are going to have is a form, and like I said, we're going to make it a different component so that it is going to be a client component and it works well. So we're going to component, create a new folder. We can just call this add book, even though we might have another component that is not related to adding books. And then we're going to create a new file called this add book form .tsx, and then rfce to bring out this basic component. Now inside this add book form is going to be a kind of crazy component, but then with time everything is going to fall in place. So first, inside this div, we're going to have a card from Shadcn. So let's import that. So npx Shadcn at latest add card. I think that's how I call it. I can't remember, but let's see. I don't know if I remember this command, but let's see if it's actually work. Yeah, it's actually working though. And it's just, well, just as you can see now, I've added this card.csx. If you go into UI, you're going to see this component, this card component. So this is what we're going to use for the form. So we're going to add card, and then make sure you import it from ./UI/card, and we're going to give the card a padding of 8, padding everywhere of 8, and then inside we're going to have a normal form. You can use Shadcn form, but I just want to just use this normal form, and we're going to use normal inputs as well. The normal input we're going to use is going to be hidden, but I'll explain that later. But for now, let's just go into the component. So first we're going to have is a first div, and this div is going to contain, we're going to be needing label and input from Shadcn as well. So Shadcn add label and inputs from Shadcn. After installing label and input, what we have to do is to start adding the form items. So the first thing inside this first div is to have the book title. So we're going to have the label. Make sure you import it from UI/label, not from Radix. Import it from there, and then you add in your book title, and then mark it as required, put in the star. Now we're going to be styling it together, and then we're going to say this is going to be HTML4, the title, because we're going to have an input below this label, which is going to have the ID and the name of title as well, which is why we're adding the HTML4. Yeah, so input, import that from UI/input, and this is a self-closing component. Give this an ID of title, name of title. Well, you're going to see the importance of this name very soon. We're going to be using form data to pass in the information to our API instead of normal body, whatever. You understand it very soon. So let me just copy the placeholder and the other stuff. Yeah, so give it a placeholder, make it required since we are having this star here, and then class name of height of 12 and the normal type of text. So if you save this and go back, I'm not sure you will not see anything here because we haven't added it to the add book page. So we'll go back to the add book page where we have this form. Just go under and add book form. Add book form. Yeah, import that from component and Ctrl S, and we should see the title and the input. So yeah, you can see we have the book title and the book input, so we can write in the book title. The next thing we're going to have is the author. So it follows the same pattern. So I don't want to stress you. I'm just going to copy and paste it as well. So it's going to be another div. So back to the add book form. Under this div, which contains the book title, we're going to have the book author. So it's the same thing. We have the class name. Yeah, so let me add this class name as well. So give it a class name of space -y -2. Yeah. And then, yeah, we have the HTML for author. Give this the ID of author, name of author, and font, the same thing together with this one. Make the font bold a little bit with a large text and give the input a normal text. Save it and let's check what we have. Yeah, we have this. So I'm just going to do for the remaining ones. Okay, so the next one is kind of complex a little bit. It doesn't follow this format. That is the cover photo. So we need to see the preview of the cover image. That is why this one will be different. So we're going to have the div, the normal div that other ones have. Give it a class name, space -y -2, and then a normal label. I'll just copy and paste that one. Yeah, cover image. Now the next we're going to have is a div under the label, which is going to cover both the input and this div is going to cover both the input and the preview. Now the first thing under this div, like I said, is going to cover the input and the preview. So let's start with the preview. The preview will be here, and then we're going to have a state if there's a cover preview. So let's just go on top and add that state. So let's say const cover preview. set cover preview. This will be equals to use state. Let's just leave it as null for now. Yeah, so we'll leave that as null. Make sure you import useState from React. Alright, so now inside this, we can just make a ternary operator a condition. So if there's cover preview, so if there is a preview URL, we're going to display the image. So we're going to be using the normal image tag instead of using Next.js image components. And while we're doing that, we're not using Next.js image to preload the blob URLs because it can cause hydration issues in Next.js. So we'll just use the normal image tag to preview images. So img, and if there's no cover photo, we're going to have a div with the text no cover selected. Now inside this image, you can just come in here and put the source to be the cover preview, though right now it is null. And we can just come in here and alt will be equals to cover preview, and then we can have the class name of width of full, height of full, and object cover. So just like this. Now we're having this ESLint issue. I just click on this and disable at next/next no image elements for the entire file. That is because Next.js is trying to warn us to use their own image component, but we don't want to use that. So yeah, that's that. If we check now, we're going to see no cover selected. Let's check. Okay, so this, like I said before, this we're trying to use useState, and this is a server component because we didn't mark anything on top. So we can just come on top here to mark it as use client, and this is going to solve that error. So as you can see, cover image, no cover selected. And I don't know, this is looking somehow like they are jam-packed together. So let's ease that space out. So we'll just go into form, give form a class name of space y, space in the y-axis of 6, and you save it, and I think that should be okay. Yeah, so it's looking nice now. Now this no cover selected, it should have like an image boundary. So for that, we can just go inside this div right here and then give this a class name. We're going to make it, give it a width of 32, a height of 48, and then we're going to give this a kind of gray background. So we already have this, like I said, in our globals.css. That's how we were able to access it. So if we go and check now, you will see this kind of gray photo, this kind of gray templates or gray preview, something like that. And we can style this better. I'll just paste in the style. Like I said, I don't want to waste so much time in styling. Yeah, so let me explain. Make it rounded, give it a rounded border, and then if it overflows, it gets hidden. Give it border, flex, item center, all this stuff, yeah. So if we go in and check, you'll see that this is looking better if there's no cover, but if there's a cover, it's going to show the image. But since we can't test that, we're going to test that eventually. Yeah, but let's just continue. So under this div, we are going to have the file input where we are going to be able to impute the file. So we'll come under the div, and then we'll have another div. I just quickly give this a class name of flex1 so that it takes all the space it's in, and then inside this div we'll have the input, which is a self-closing tag, and then we can give this an ID of cover, a name of cover, and of course the type is going to be file. And if you check, you should see something. Yeah, so you can see this choose file, which you can be able to choose a file. Yeah. All right, let's continue styling that. And we are going to say it's going to be able to accept image and /star. All right. Now we're going to give this a class name. I'm going to paste in the class name. I don't really want to waste your time. So yeah, this is the class name for that. So we'll make it block, give it a full width, a small text, and then like I said, give it a kind of brownish or grayish text. And then these are just the file specifier. We can just targeting the file. So this is a way of targeting file, the file specifier in Tailwind CSS. So we'll say file, margin right of 4, padding y of 2, and then other styling. I'm going to drop the GitHub repo in the description so you can just take a look at it and follow along. Now we'll go back and we should have something like this. But now this and this, it doesn't look nice. We want it to be side by side. So which means that we have to edit what? We have to edit the outer div containing both of them. Now we're going to come in here, give this a class name of flex, and you'll see that it will come up now. Yeah. All right, so let's continue. So this flex is not enough. We'll give it a flex of colon. And for normal screen and above, we're going to give it a flex of row. And items stats. That is for mobile phone. So like you know already, Tailwind CSS is mobile first. So any design, any style they are typing without any breakpoints is going to be for mobile screen sizes. So SM, the items is going to be center, and then give it a gap of 4. So yeah, this is nice. So the next we're going to work on is making this preview work, because right now if I go into here and then pick any image, it's not going to show here. So we want it to show here as a preview image. So to make that preview work, we have to go back to our VS Code, and then inside the inputs, which you have here, we can just come under here and then on change. So if anything changes, we are going to have the our event, and then we can come in here and say const file will be equal to what? e.target.files, just like this, and then .0 gets the first one, and if it's not there, just set it to null, just like that. And then under, we can now come in here and say if no file. So if it doesn't come out, we are going to do what? Set the cover preview. Set cover preview to null and get out of the function. So we'll just return. Now under the if statement, we are now going to revoke the previous URL if it is present. So if there's a previous cover URL, so cover preview URL, We're now going to come here and call the URL dot revoke object URL and then pass in the cover preview. So just like this. So if we're able to pass these two checks, which means that right now we can set our URL. So we'll now say const URL will be equal to what? The URL object dot create object URL, just like this, and you pass in the file which you got from e.target.files, and final thing is to do what? Set the cover preview to the URL, and just like this you have, I think this should work. But now we're having this type error with they say argument type string is not assignable to parameter of type set state whatever. What we have to just do is just to come in here and pass in the type. So we want this to be either a string or null. As simple as that. I don't know why is it happening. Okay, yeah, normal string or null, and you can see no errors. So let's test this out. Let's see if it is going to work. And we go in here, add a book. So I can just come in here and put this the Hobbit file, and yeah, as you can see, it is working. So if there's already a URL, it is going to revoke it. So if I add a new one, it's going to remove it and then put the new one exactly. So it is working perfectly. So yeah, we can continue building. The next thing we're going to say is under it, well, we can have something like a message. So let me refresh. So as you can see, no file chosen. Under it, we can just have a message like upload the cover image, JPEG, PNG, recommended size, all those kind of instructions. So we can just come under this input and then put in the p tag. Yeah, so upload the image, recommended, whatever, text muted, you know, all this stuff. Ctrl S, and then you can have this kind of description here. So let's just continue building. The next step is the genre. Sorry, is a genre. So we want to let's go under this div which contains the input. We're going to have our genre. Now we have a div, and we're going to give this div a class name, space in the y direction of 3. Now the next thing we're going to have, of course, is the label, which is going to describe what we want. So I can just copy what I've been using it since. This is also going to be required. So come in here and paste it. And then the next we're going to have is the genres. So they are all going to be buttons, and we cannot just be writing the buttons one by one. So what we have to do in that case is to have like an array of different genres and then map over all of them to a button. So for that, I can just come in here and I'm going to show you popular genres. So go on top of a file and add this. You can just add this here, or you can create a new component or a new file and add this. So these are popular genres. I'm coming, let me remove all the extra spaces. Yeah, so these are popular genres. So with this right now, we can map through and add them to a button without much stress. So inside the div I just created, we can come in here and say what? Popular genres.map. We use the map method, and then the particular genre are going to return a button from Shadcn. Make sure you import that. Yeah. No, sorry. and then you pass in the genre. Just like that, and I think that's okay. Why am I having issues? Okay, so it's missing a key. Since we're using .map, it needs a key. So the key, since all the genres are different, so I'm just going to come in here and use that as the key. So with this, it is okay. Now, as you can see, we have this genre, and it's like we misplaced the div. It is not meant to be in this div. So let's take out the genre out of this. It's not meant to be here. Sorry. It's meant to be under this one. Yeah, so Ctrl S, and yeah, this is better. Now this looks nice, but all of them look like they have been clicked, and we don't want that. So we want some kind of styling. So we'll give this a type of button, and then we'll come in here. We're going to change the variant based on whether it is selected or not. So for that, for us to be able to know if it's selected or not, we're going to need a state, and the state is going to be selected genre and set selected genre. So under this, you can just come in here and say const selected genre, comma, set selected genre. And this is going to be what? Equal to useState and an empty string. Just like this, we have the states. So we're now going to add the variant stuff. So we'll just come in here and say if selected genre is equal to genre. So if selected genre is equal to genre, so which means that that particular one has been selected, is equal to genre, then the next thing, we're going to give it a default styling, which is one with that reddish brown color, and then else we're going to give it an outline. So right now, since the selected genre is an empty string, all of them are going to default to an outline. Right now, let's check. Yeah, as you can see, they'll have that outline filling. All right, so now this div is looking, all of them are looking jam-packed here. So let's style that a little bit. So come inside this div, give it a class name of flex, and then it should always wrap. So flex-wrap, and then a gap of 2. This should look better. Yeah. And also we need to style the button. First of all, we're going to give this a size of small. It should be a small sized button, and then a class name of rounded dash full, just like that, and we should have something better. Yeah, this is okay. I think we should work on selected genre. So right now we'll just say on click. You can just come here and say on click, and then we're going to set selected genre to the genre that was clicked. So set selected genre to the genre. So I think this should work. This should work. So if I click on this, as you can see, it changed color. If I click on this, it changed the color, change the color, change the color, change the color, change the color. So yeah, at least for now we are okay. The next one we're going to have is an input. Is for the description rather. So under the genre, we'll come in here and have a div like the rest of them. So I'm just going to copy everything like this and paste it here. Yeah, so we have the label description, and it is also required. So for the description, we're going to be using the text area. So we need to import that from Shadcn as well. So we'll just come in here and npx Shadcn at latest add text area. Alright, after adding it, you can close your terminal and then make sure you import text area from Shadcn UI/text area. It's a self-closing component, and give this an ID of description and a name, of course, of description. Also, a placeholder of tell us about this book. Now we can give these default rows. So we want the rows to be at least 6. So we'll just come in here and say rows to be 6 and then make it required. Now let's check. Now this is looking nice, but as you can see, we can resize up and down, and it doesn't look nice on a kind of a production ready application. So to fix that, we're going to use a class name and just add resize -none, and that is all. We can also just add a normal text base and save, and you can see we can't resize anymore. Wow, this is great. This is looking great. All right, so if you look at this now, this is looking too wide. Why you can leave it like this? I prefer to not leave it like that. So I want to just set like a maximum width to the entire div for it to look better, at least to me or to you. So we can just give this a maximum width of 3XL, and then to make it centered, give it a MX of auto and a padding in the y direction of 6. So with this, I think this should be better. Yeah, so this looks better to me. I don't know of you, but it looks better to me. Yeah, so after this description, we're going to have in the publication here. The publication here is just like all of them. So yeah, I'm just going to copy and paste it as well. So go back to your input, to your VS Code under the description, and come in here and paste the so we have the ID of HTML for here, and then ID here, name, published here, type is a number, placeholder 1813. We're going to set the minimum number and the maximum number. So the minimum number is 1000, 1000. So you can change to anything you want, and then the maximum number is your date. So you cannot have a book published in, for example, in our case, 2026, because currently we're in 2025. So it's not possible to publish a book in 2026 and we're in 2025. So that's why I added the maximum here. And I think that's all. The last thing we're going to have is the button, the submit button. So we're going to have under this div, we're going to have another div, and then we're going to give this div a class name of padding top of 4. Now inside this div, we're going to have a button, and then the button is going to say add book to library, just like this. And let's check how it looks. Yeah, it looks nice, but not that nice. So we're going to give this a type of submit, and then it's going to be a large type of icon. So size will be equals to large, and then we're going to make it full width. So class name width of full. Yeah, I think that's all. Yeah, this is nice. So the next thing remaining is we want an icon here to show that we're adding a book, something like that. So you can just come in here and book plus from from Lucid React, book plus, and give it a class name. Give it width of 5, height of 5, and margin right of 2. Just like that, and yeah, it's already looking nice. So I think with this we are actually done with the UI of this component. The next thing we're going to work on is getting the values from here as a form data to prepare ourselves for the backend. So we're not going to work on the backend yet. We're going to work on getting all the values and console.logging it to check how the data is going to be to prepare ourselves, like I said, for the backend. To prepare ourselves for the backend, we are going to be using the handle submit function, which we are going to use. That's what we are going to use to call our backend APIs. So let's just go back to our VS Code, and then before the return statement, we are going to have our handle submit. So const handle submit. This will be equal to, it's going to be an asynchronous function because, like I said, we are going to be expecting a backend. So we need async and await. So we're going to have the E will react.form event, and then of course what we have to do next is e.prevent default, so that it's not going to be reloading every time we call the handle submit function. And then now we're going to need a loading state as well, so we'll just come in here and say const is loading, comma set is loading. This will be equal to use state. By default is going to be false. So we'll just come in here. Once the handle submit is clicked, of course, we want to set is loading to true. Set is loading to true. And yeah. So the next thing is we're going to say const form. Const form will be equal to what? E.target. So everything that is inside the form, that's what we want to get. So e.target as, we're going to give this a type of HTML form element. Yeah, this one. So that is a type. And then we'll just come in here and say const form data will be equals to new form data, this one, and then you do what? Pass in the form, just like this. And now for our cover file, what we had is a cover URL, but form data accepts the cover file, so we are going to be needing a cover file. So we can just go up, and then we're going to copy this, or we don't need to copy that. We can just come in here and say const cover file, comma set cover file. I don't know if you're understanding, but for the cover preview, we had to convert the file to a URL, but for the cover file, we just need the file itself. So we're going to be using use state. This is not going to be string or null. This is going to be file or null. So a type file or null. And initially, of course, it will be set to null. Now we're going to use that in our cover file, cover image. So here, if no file, we're going to set cover file and cover preview both to null. And then we'll just come in here. Now, as you can see, we are converting the file to an object URL for us to set the cover preview. But then we don't want this URL. Instead, we want the file. So we can just come in here and say set cover file to the file itself, not the cover preview. So that's all the changes. We need to get the cover file. Now, like I said, form data uses the cover file, not the cover preview. So if there is a cover file, we're now going to set the form data. So form data, make that a capital D. So form data dot set, and then we are going to pass in the name. For this, we're going to give it a name of cover, and then the value, which is cover file, just like this. Now I think we can just console.log form data. Let's just see console.log form data, comma form data. And don't forget, for the form we need to call the handle submit function. So on submit, just put in handle submit, just like that. Yeah, we're going to add the loading state eventually, or we can just add it immediately. So let's go into our button. So first thing, if our button is disabled, if it is loading, our button should be disabled. So disabled should be, our button should be disabled anytime it is loading. So that's that. And then also we want to change our text. So if it is loading, it should show adding book or adding, and then if it is not loading, it should show the normal add book to library. So this is a ternary operator. If it is loading, show adding, else show the normal add book to library. Also, we want the book icon to spin anytime it is loading. So we can just make some changes to the class name of the book icon. So yeah, so this is that. We have a class name, a dynamic class name of our normal width of 5, height of 5, margin right of 2. But now if it is loading, we are going to add this animate spin, which is going to make the book icon to spin. So I think that's all. Now let's just try it out. So let's go into inspect and let's try it out. Yeah, so we'll go into console. Now let's just add something. Let's say test, author's name, Ima, cover image. Let's check, let's use the Hobbit. Yeah, and then for the genre, we're going to use fiction, a very good book, publication year 1999, and then add book to library. You can see adding, and form data is empty. Why is form data empty? And yeah, we didn't stop the loading state. We only set it to true. We didn't set it back to false. So that's why it will keep loading forever. But why is form data empty though? Yeah, let's figure that out. First thing first, let's stop the it's loading. So we're going to set is loading to false after they are done. So set is loading to false. Yeah. So why the form data not work? That is where the problem is right now. Okay. Okay, so after many trials and error, I had to research, and then I discovered that form data is not actually a plain object. So the Chrome Dev Tools will often not show it. It often show it as an empty object when we log it directly. So there's a data there actually. There's a data there, and we can iterate it and convert it to an array or an object, or we can read the single values using form data.get, just like the way we set the values with form data.set. We can read it with form data.get. All right, so for us to kind of see what we want, we have to convert it to a plain object for readable console output. Yeah, so to do that, we can just come inside our VS Code. Now, under this console.log form data, which did not work, yeah, we can just come in here and say const collected. So we want to collect the form data and convert it to a readable output. So we're going to get a record of it. This is a type of record of string or unknown. Yeah, just like this. So it's going to be an empty object at first. So now we're going to loop over it. So for const key, comma, value of form data. Now, just so you know, this is actually not that important, actually. It's just to see whether we are getting all the values we want, because if you don't do something like this, you might not know the values that are missing or the values that form data did not have. So you have to know what form data have before sending it to the backend. That is why I always do something like this. I don't know why I forgot it. Like I'm getting rusty. Come on. So if value is an instance of file, so file is being treated differently. After iterating, we can log it immediately, but then file is being treated differently because it is large. So we just need some part of it. So we can just come in here and say collected at index of key is going to be an object of, we're going to get the name. The name is going to be value.name. We're just going to get three things: the name, the size, and the type. The size will be value.size. And then the type is going to be value.type. So like I said, if you don't know what I'm doing here, there's no problem at all. This is just for knowing sake. So else, if it's not a file, we're just going to do the normal stuff. So we're just going to set collected at the index of key to the particular value. So at the index of key to the value, just like this. And now we can just console.log form data collected to form data. Yeah, so right now let's go and test it again. Yeah, so add a new book. Let's say new book, author, that is me. Cover photo, let me use another photo this time. Let's say Pride and Prejudice. Yeah, and genre, romance. Description, a very nice book to read. And here I am 1813. Add book to library. As you can see, form data is an empty object, but form data collected has different values. It has the title, the published year, description, the cover photo, and author. Now, if you notice, if you are very observant, you notice that something is missing here. Now, look at it. We have the title, new book. We have the author, me. We have the cover photo, which contains 3 items which we did ourselves: the name, the size, and the type. We have the description. We have the published year, but we don't have the genre. So this is why I always use form data to check what we have. So now we have to fix not having the genre, and to fix that, you observe that the genre uses a button to set the values. Yeah, so it sets the genre, but it doesn't do anything. A button cannot appear as a form data. Form data works only with input. So that is where the problem is. So to fix that, we're going to be using an hidden input to compensate the to compensate the fact that button cannot work as form data. So under this form, we are going to come in here and let's put in a comment. So include January in form data. So this is the trick we're going to use to add January to our form data. Now this is going to be an input self-closing component, and then we're going to give this a type of hidden. Yeah. And then, like I said, form data works with name. So we're going to give the name to be the same name that we have. So January. And then the only thing we need is the value. The value will be what? Selected January. Just like this. And yeah. So Control S, and let's try that thing again. So now book title, I don't know why this is changing. Book title, another book, author, me again. Let me change the cover file. Let me use my The Hobbit again. And then The Hobbit is fiction, so we'll change that to fiction. Description, a good book. Year, I don't know the year, let's just say 1980. And then add book to library. Yeah, so as you can see, form data collected, we have the January now as fiction. So with this, we have gotten the form data, and right now we are ready to work on the add book API. So yeah, I'm going to see you in the next part where we'll work on the add book API. Thank you. Alright, so now what we're going to work on is creating the API route which we're going to use to add a book to our database. Actually, it is not called API route anymore since we're using the app router. It is called the route handlers. So the route handlers allows us to create custom request handlers for a given route using the normal request and response APIs. And how can we create a route handler or an API route in Next.js? Now we're going to go into the app folder. Let me clear all of this. Into the app folder and then create a new folder. We're going to call this API, and then inside this API we'll create a new folder. But right now we can just create a route, or let me give an example. So we can quickly create a file here, call it route.ts. Remember that route.ts is a file convention, which means that you cannot just name anything route.ts. This is for an API. So like this, now I can just create a simple get request. So I can just come here and say export async function get. So this is how you create a get request in Next.js. You can now pass in the request to be a type of request, and then in here we can just say return response.json, and then you can just pass in hello world or something. Now to check this, we can save this, go into our browser, and then we can come in here, localhost 3000, and then /API, and we should see hello world here. Let's just wait a little bit. Yeah, as you can see, we have gotten hello world. This is a very simple get request API. So this is the kind of pattern we're going to use to create an API which is going to add a book. Now we're not going to be using a get request, so we can delete this. We need a folder structure, so we want this to be /books API /books, and then in here so we're going to add our function to post a book to our database. Sorry, I said route.post. Sorry, route.ts. Yeah, so inside this route.ts we can come in here and say let's just put a comment, add book to DB, and export export async function. Now, since we're adding a book to database, we're going to be using the post request. So we'll come in here and say post, and then request should be a type of, like I said, requests. And yeah, now we're going to put a try and catch block. It's always recommended to always put things like this in try and catch, so that when it doesn't work, it's going to catch the error effectively. I don't know why my VS Code is slow. Let me just type that manually. So try and catch if there's an error. Now, inside the try statements, we're going to check if the user is authenticated, and we can do that by using the is authenticated value from auth, which we are going to get from Clerk. So we can just say const the structure is authenticated. This is going to be equal to await auth. I'm going to import this auth from @clerk /Next.js/server, and then just like this. So with this, we have gotten if the user is authenticated or not. So we can use this now to write an if statement. So if the user is not authenticated, we don't want the user to be able to add a book. So we're going to return response.json, and then we're going to pass in error. This is going to be equal to a string unauthorized, so you don't have the permission to add a book if you are not logged in. And then we can just add the status of 401, just like this. Now the next thing for us is to connect to our database, but we can't connect to our database yet because we haven't even talked about the database we're going to use. All right, so we're going to be using MongoDB. So to get a connection string, we're going to go into MongoDB. So come here and just search for MongoDB. And then you click on this one. And then if you don't have an account, you can click on get started. We already have an account. Just click on sign in. And then, okay, you can also click on sign in. If you don't have an account, you have to sign up or just continue with Google. All right, so we can go ahead and create a new project. Click on new project. And then the project name, you can just add in any name. I'm going to call this ZBooks as well. And click on next. And just click on create project. If you want to add members, you can add members here. But I don't have any member. Just click on create project. And then we are required to create a cluster. So just click on create. And here we're going to choose our plan. Since this is going to be a project just for learning, we're going to use the free version. And then you can leave everything as it is. Just, yeah, so. And then click on create deployment. Just pass through all this. All right, so you can copy this password and keep it somewhere, and then click on create database user, choose connection method, click on drivers, and yeah, so we just come in here and click on copy. If you have copied the password before, this is where your password is, but they have already given us, so you can just copy this, go into your code, and I don't know, yeah, we have .env.local. Just come in here, go down, and then you can add MongoDB_URI, and then you paste what you copied here. And yeah, you have your connection string. The next thing we're going to do is to make sure that we can access our database from anywhere. So you click on done, you go into where is that again? Database and network access, and again IP access list. Yeah, so I'm going to add a new IP address and then click on allow access from anywhere, click on confirm. Now while this is going to be active, let us go and create let's go and create a connection to our database. All right, so we don't have any connection right now. All right, let's go and create a connection to our database. So inside this lib folder, we can just create a new file. We're going to name it connect db or connect to db, anyone, .cs. And then inside this connect to db.ts, we are going to be using Mongoose. Here I failed to make mention of Mongoose. Mongoose is an ORM which you can use to work with MongoDB easily. So we're going to be using Mongoose. So we have to install Mongoose. So npm install Mongoose. Now, if you have been watching any of my videos, I usually use a small code to connect to MongoDB. But in this one, I'm going to use a longer code, which is better. This one covers caching as well, because if you have been using the former one, it's just for a video, and you might have problem whenever you start getting enough users. You'll be making multiple connections that isn't necessary. So this one I'm going to show you is going to provide caching, and you can just, after you've gotten it, you can just keep it one place so that you'll be using it throughout anytime you are connecting to MongoDB database. Yeah, so you can, it's also in my GitHub, so you can just copy and paste it as well. Doesn't matter. All right, so now that it has been installed, we can close our terminal, and then first we're going to do is what? Import Mongoose from Mongoose. Yeah, and then we're going to get our URI. So say const URI equals to what? Process dot env dot, what do we call it again? MongoDB URI. Copy that and you paste it, and then we're going to typecast it as string, just like this, so we can check before we perform any function if there's a URI or not. So if no URI, we're going to throw an error. So we'll just come in here and say throw new error. Please define the MongoDB URI environment variable inside .env.local, or anyhow any message you want to give it. And the next we're going to do is a Mongoose cache. So we're going to create a type for Mongoose cache. So Mongoose type Mongoose cache. This is going to be equal to, first we're going to get con. This is our connection model. So we're going to say this is going to be a type of Mongoose or null. And then we're going to get a promise. So we're going to declare the type of promise, and it's going to be type of promise. Promise type of Mongoose. Like I said, you can just copy this. I think this was gotten, I don't know if I used AI to get this. I'll just paste it. Go to my GitHub repository, and I don't really want to start explaining this Mongoose connection caching. Just know that we're meant to connect to our database, and then I'm just going to paste the remaining ones here. You can go to my GitHub repo to collect it. So it is a global cache in development to avoid creating multiple connections during hot reload. So get your cache, and then connect to your MongoDB. Yeah. So it only connects if there is no cache. But if there's a cache, it doesn't. It just returns directly. So yeah, this is it. The next we are going to do, which requires explanation, is the model. So we need a model to tell MongoDB what kind of data we are expecting. So we have done this connect to database function. You can close that, and in our root folder, create a new folder. We're going to call that models. Yeah. And then inside this models, we're going to create our first model, which is the book model.ts. And then inside the book model, first we are going to do as well is to import mongoose. So import mongoose from mongoose. And then we're going to create our schema. So const book schema. This is going to be equal to what? New mongoose.schema .schema. And then in here, we're going to declare what we are expecting. So if you go back to our code, you will notice that we're expecting different things: your title, author, the cover image, genre, description, and other things. So for that, we're going to come in here and say we're expecting the title. The title is going to be what? A type of string. And then of course it is going to be required. So required is going to be true. Now I'm going to do the same for author, cover, genre, and description. They are all going to follow the same pattern. Yeah, so we have your author, type string, require true, cover, type string, require true, genre, type string, require true, description, type string, require true, and then we have published here. Published here. This is going to be a type of number. Number. Just like this. Now there is remaining one which isn't in this form, but we're going to need is the added by. So we need to know who added the book. So for that, we're going to be using this. Added by is going to be an object of two values. So added by an object containing ID. We're going to get the ID of the user who added the book. So the ID is going to be a type of string, and then also required true. Yeah, and the next one, we're going to get the first name of the person who added the information, the book rather. So you can get more information from the user from Clerk. I'm going to show you how to do that as we go on, but for now I just need these two things for the application to work perfectly. So the first name is going to be a type of string, and this is also going to be required. So required true. Yeah, and then I think we are done with this. The next thing we're going to have is the timestamp. So we need to have when the book was created and when it was updated. So that is why we're going to have this timestamp is going to be true. Timestamps true. Yeah. So without this timestamp now, we're not going to have that created at and updated at. Yeah, so that was why we need the timestamp. The next one we're going to do is to create our model. So const book, this is our model, is going to be equals to mongoose dot models dot book or mongoose dot model, and then you pass in the name book, and then you pass in the schema book schema. And the final thing we're going to do is to export this so that we can use it in our API. So export default book. Yeah, just like this. And we have our model for book complete. We're going to go back into our route. We're going to go back into our route, and then under this is authenticated. After I've performed the check, we're going to connect to our database. So we're going to come here and say await connect to database, import that from our library, connect to DB, and then call the function. Now we're going to get the user. So to get the user, we're going to be using Clerk as well. Remember that our user, everything concerning the user and our authentication is coming from Clerk. So that is how we're going to be using Clerk to get the user. So const user is going to be equals to what? Await current user. This current user is a function that is coming from Clerk as well. The same way this authentication, this auth is getting from Clerk. That is how current user is going to be gotten from Clerk. We're going to call this. So after I've gotten user, the next we're going to get is our form data. Since if you remember correctly, in AdBook page we are using form data. Yeah, if you can see, we're using form data to get our values. So we're going to be getting the form data as well inside this our API. So for that, we're going to say const form data. This is going to be equal to await request dot form data. So that is that. The next we're going to do is to get our individual values from our form data. I don't know if I said that, but then I told you that there's a way we can, since we set cover file here, there's a way we can get it. So instead of form data.set, we're going to be using form data.get. So for that, we're going to say const title is going to be equal to form data dot get, sorry, and then we're going to get the name that we passed. So if we go inside here, let's check the name of our title. So we gave the input a name of title. So remember that if you are working with form data, you are going to be working with the name that you passed as the input, not anything else. So we go in here and say what form data.get the title, and then you can come here and add other things like convert it to string, and then if it does not exist, you default it to an empty string. So I've explained the title. We're going to do for the rest. So yeah, let me just paste that. So the author, form data.get author to string or an empty string, generate description, and published here. Now the published here, since we're converting to string, is going to appear like a number. So we are like a string rather. So we're going to convert the published here into a number. So to do that, we're going to come here and say, see, this is a published here row. This is going to get it as a string. Now we're going to get the main published here is equals to published here, and if it exists, we're going to convert it to a number using this function, using the number function. So this number is going to convert this string into a number. But then if published here does not exist, we're going to make it undefined. If you go back into your model, you will see that published here doesn't have a required of true, so it doesn't it's not required. That was why we added this undefined to it. Yeah. And as we are going on in this video, if there's anything you don't understand, please comment it out, write it in the comments. I'm going to try my best to explain. Don't just hold the question you have in your head. All right, let's continue. The next we're going to work on is the no, before we work on the cover, because the cover is going to be a different thing. Actually, we are going to be connecting it to Cloudinary, but before that, let's test it out. Let's upload it. So yeah, so we can just come in here and say let me mark this and say to do work on cover later. Yeah, so we're going to work on the cover later, but before that, let's just save this to our database. So const book, we're going to say the book is equals to await. The book is equals to await, and then the model, make sure you import the model from @models. Where is it? Yeah, so import the book, and then we can use the .create function to create our collection. So .create, and then what are we going to pass? We're going to pass in a title, the author, the cover. Now, like I said, later we're going to work on the cover. So the cover, we're going to make it an empty string, and then the genre, the description, the published year, and then added by. Now, remember that I said that added by is an object which contains two things. The ID, we're going to get the ID from the user. So this user is what we got from Clerk. So we're going to get the ID like this, user dot ID. And then we're going to get the first name as well. The first name is going to be user dot first name. First name. Now this user function, this user object rather, have many properties. So let me get rid of this and let me show you. I don't know why this is taking time. Let me reload my, yeah. So if you look at this, we have different values inside this user object. We have the bound, we have the created at to know when the user was created. We have the user email addresses, we have the external ID, the first name, the full name. We have the image URL, sorry. We have the phone numbers, we have different things, the username, the updated art, and whatever. So we have different things. So if you need more information about the user, you can use the values Clerk provided for you. But for me, I just need the ID and the first name to be complete with this tutorial. All right, so after creating a book, the next thing we're going to do is to return the book as JSON. And to do that, we'll just do it as I've always been doing. So return response dot JSON, and then you pass in the book just like this, and then the status of 201, which means success. Yeah, status of 201, just like that. And then if there's any error, we can just paste in this error stuff inside. So if there's any error, we can just console.log the error creating book, and then the error, and then return a response.json, failed to create book, and then status of 500, which is internal server error. I think this is okay, at least minus the cover photo, the cover image. I think we should be able to connect it to our front end. Yeah, I think so. So back to add book form, we're going to be using Axios to connect to our front end. Let me close this. I don't know if this will be better. Yeah, so we're going to be using Axios to connect it to our front end. So for that, we're going to be installing Axios. So npm install Axios. You can also use fetch, but I don't know. Throughout my career in web development, I've always preferred to use Axios. There was a reason before. I can't remember the specific reason, but I think Axios is better in a way. Yeah. So that's how I've always been using Axios. But if you want to use fetch API, you can always use that as well. So let's just wait for it to get installed, and we're going to continue with the video. Alright, so now that it has been installed, we can just go back to our handle submit function. This is why I always use this handle submit function to test what we're going to get, because it will be easier to work with our API after creating the API. So we can just come under this add book function, clear this set is loading to false, because we're going to be setting is loading to false after posting the book to our API, to our database. So for that, we're going to be using the try and catch block. So try and catch. I don't know why this try and catch is taking time to load, but I'll just write it manually. Catch and then the error. Now in the try statement, we're going to be using Axios, like I said. So await Axios. Make sure you import that. I don't know what is happening to my VS Code. It's slow all of a sudden. So await Axios dot post. Remember, if you go back into our route.ts, you know that we're using the post request. So your Axios must always match that. So Axios dot post. And then what is our API route? Now back to our folder structure. You can see that we have the app / API / books before this. So that is how we're going to call it. So / API / books. That is our API route. And then we're going to pass in our data. So where is our data? Our data is in form data. So we're going to pass in form data. And then since we're using form data, we have to change our headers. So headers is going to be we're going to have the content type. So content type, and then we're going to set it to be multi-parts / form data, since we're using form data. So multi-parts / form data, form dash data. All right, so after this Axios, we can just console.log book added successfully, and then we're going to go back to the explore page just like that. But we don't have router. I'm not sure I have router, so we have to import or use router. So we just say const router is equals to use router. This is going to be from next / navigation, not next / router. Please don't make that mistake of using next / router. Yeah, from where is that? Yeah, from next / navigation. I don't know why this isn't giving me an error. Yeah, it's gone now. All right, so we can catch the error and set finally to set is loading to false. So we'll just come in here and paste this. Yeah. So when you catch an error, you console.log the error, and we don't have toast, so we can get rid of this. So console.log the error, and then finally set is loading to false, just like that. And I think we can test it out. Let's go back. Make sure you put your inspect so that we can check. Yeah, so for the book title, we can say new book, author, me, and then cover photo. This is not going to matter because we're going to be sending an empty string, but let's just add it. And then fiction, a good book, 1999. All right, add book. You can see adding. Let's check if it's going to work. Yeah, so we got an error. So 500 internal server error adding book. Let's check our terminal to see where the error is coming from. All right, so they say part is required, part cover is required, and we just passed an empty string. Yeah, so we have the cover is required error. Yeah, so I think that is not something that we did not expect actually. All right, so I think I know where the problem is coming from. The problem is coming from the cover photo. Yeah, so like I said, it is not something that we don't know, that we are not aware of. So what we're going to do is that we're going to trick it that we're processing it, but we're not going to process it. I'm going to teach processing it to Cloudinary later after this part. So what we're going to do is const cover. We're going to get the cover the same way we're getting all of them. So it's going to be form data dot get, and then we're going to get the cover, and then we're going to say this is going to be as file. We're going to collect it as file, and then instead of passing an empty string here, instead of passing an empty string here, we're going to be passing the cover.name, though it's not going to work, but yeah, we're going to just pass the cover.name, and let's save and let's try again. So come here and we're going to say new book. The author name I'm going to choose me again. The cover photo, let me just pick The Hobbit, and genre fiction, description, a good book. Publication here 1999, and then add book to library. So as you can see, book added successfully. It is redirecting us to /explore, but we don't have that page. That is how we're getting this 404 error. Okay, so since they say book added successfully, let's check our database to see if we have any book. So click on refresh and let's check. Yeah, as you can see, we have the book, the title, new book. Yeah, title, new book, author, me, cover photo. We have the cover name, the hobby.jpg, genre fiction, description, a good book published here, added by object. This is the ID, and then this is my first name. And you can see why I added the timestamp. We have this created art and updated art, even though we did not add it manually. It was added there for us automatically by using timestamp equals true. Okay, so with this now, we are ready to process the cover photo, because we can't use this name to access the cover file. So what we have to do is to take the cover photo, send it to a service. You can use AWS or Cloudinary or Google Cloud Images or anyone that you want. But in this video, I'm going to be showing you how to use Cloudinary. So we're going to post it to Cloudinary, then collect the upload URL and pass it inside here so that we can access the image. We're going to be working on this very quickly. It's not going to take time. It's going to be very simple. All right, let's jump in. All right, so before we start writing code to send our photo to Cloudinary, we're going to be needing three things: our cloud name, our Cloudinary API key, and our Cloudinary API secret. So to get that, we have to go into Cloudinary website. So let's go into Cloudinary. Yeah, so click on the first link, cloudinary.com, and sign up. I'll just continue with Google. Yeah, so we have to install Cloudinary, npm install Cloudinary, and let's go in here and run that. So while it is installing, you can go and continue doing other stuff. So let's check. Let me just look at this code. So yeah. We might not be working with this code. I will give you another code that is easier to work with. But as you can see, we need three things: the cloud name, the API key, and the API secret. So our cloud name, this is it, this one. So we can just copy this one. I will show you where to get it though, but yeah, we can just come inside here and then Cloudinary. And then we can see our cloud name. This will be equals to this one. And we can go to view API keys. So here you can see your cloud name here, your API key here. Copy your API key, come here and say API underscore key, and then you paste it there. And then your API secrets, you can copy this one as well. Go here and say API underscore secrets, and then you paste it there. And we don't have our API secret, so we have to go and create an API secret. Yeah, so we have to create an API secret. So where is that again? Yeah, so click on settings. When you click on settings, you can go into API keys. So now I have to check my API. This is my API key 289. Let me check. Yeah, 289. So I have to get my API secret. They're going to send a code to my email. So just wait and I will just go to your email, get the code and approve, and you see your API key. I don't want to go to my email. Yeah. So once you have gotten your API key, go ahead and copy it, and then you come in here, your API secret rather, and then you paste it. The next we're going to do is to create a folder where we're going to store all our images. So we'll go into, I think, assets. Let's go into assets. All right, so now that we are in assets, we can just go into folders, and I'm not sure we have any folder created yet. Yeah, so we can just click on create a folder, and then the folder name, we can call this zbooks, and we click on save. Now this is where we're going to keep all our zbooks. I advise that we all use folders to structure our assets very well. All right, now that we have gotten our folder, we've gotten our API key, our API secret, the next we're going to do is to go inside the lib folder. Let me clear everything, sorry. Is go inside the lib folder and then create a new, so let me close this. Create a new file. We're going to call this one cloudinary.ts, cloudinary.ts, and then we're going to write our config code here. So we want to configure Cloudinary in this file. So first we're going to do is to import v2 as Cloudinary. All right, so I got this from their documentation, so I won't do much explanation here. Import v2 as Cloudinary from Cloudinary, and then we say Cloudinary dot config, and then we're going to pass in our cloud name, API key, and API secret. Yeah, so our cloud name is going to be process.env.cloud_name, which is in our env, API key and API secret, and finally we are going to export Cloudinary. So we're going to be using this Cloudinary instead of v2. Now, after we have done this config, the next we're going to work on is our upload image helper function. So we can just come in here and say upload dash image, route.ts. Now we can always write this code that what I want to write here inside this route.ts, but I prefer separating it so that we can reuse it whenever we have another component. We'll just copy it and we're going to just use this upload image. Yeah. So what we're going to say is export const upload image, and then this is going to be an asynchronous function. Async is going to collect two things: the file and then the folder where we want to keep it. So we can have the file. The file is going to be a type of file, which is the same thing as our cover photo. You can see we are getting this cover photo as file. So we're going to pass this cover photo inside this, and then we're going to get the folder. The folder, of course, is going to be a string. It's going to be a string, and then we're going to get the buffer. So we're going to be using Node.js buffer. Like I said, I got this from the documentation. I will just do the high level explanation, not actually to explain deeply. So array buffer, and since I got it from the documentation, I don't think there's any need to keep writing the code, so I'll just copy and paste it as well. Yeah, there's no more time to be explaining everything. So we're going to be importing Cloudinary from the lib folder. So yeah, so from /Cloudinary, and let me just make this look better. Now, like I said, I'm going to do the high level explanation. So this tool, what does it do? This just converts the browser file into a Node.js buffer. So this file.array buffer converts the file into an array buffer, and then because Cloudinary Node SDK, it requires the buffer or then the stream. So that's why we are using this buffer from, and then we convert this array buffer. Now these other remaining ones, this one just actually, what it does is that it returns a promise that resolves or rejects based on Cloudinary upload. So we are going to use this Cloudinary upload stream. It is callback based. So the code wraps it inside a promise. Yeah, so whatever, it just returns the results or rejects the code, and then when we use this end byte just send the bytes into the stream. So basically this uploads the file into Cloudinary. This code is, I'm going to drop my GitHub repo, so you can just copy and paste it and use it anytime you want to. If you have any problem, you let me know. It is always reusable. That is why we have the file and then the folder. Yeah. So with this now, we can go back into our code and then go into our route.ts file, route.ts, and now we can clear this to do because that's what we want to work on now. So before I work on the to do, we have to put a check to check if everything is correct. So we can come in here and say if no title, no author, no cover, no genre, no description, then that means the user is trying to pass in an empty field, which we do not want. So we have to perform that check. So if no title, no author, no all these values, we're going to write here, we're going to throw this error. Title, author, cover, image are all required, and then we give this a status of 400. Now if the user passes this, then we are going to say now I want to work on cover photo upload. So I can just come in here and say cover photo or cover upload feature, something like this, and then I can just come in here and say let upload results. We're just going to make this any, because I don't have the time to write the Cloudinary types. You can do that by yourself, but we'll just make this any. So yeah, for the entire file. All right, so now that we have gotten this, we can now come in here and say if there is a cover. So if there is a cover, So if a cover is noticed, we can then upload the cover to Cloudinary using our helper function. So we can come here and say upload results. This will be equals to what? Await upload image. Import that from our lib function, and then like I said, upload image takes what? It takes in the file and then the folder. So we'll go into here. Our file name is what? Cover. And then our folder name is what? Zbooks. Just like that, we have gotten we have uploaded our image to Cloudinary, and then we can just check we can just console.log the upload result in case anything goes wrong, so that we can monitor it. And then instead of passing this cover name, we can just come in here and pass in the upload results.secure URL or the cover name if that doesn't work. So we can just do it like this. Yeah. So upload results.secure URL. When this console.log works, when it runs, you are going to see that upload result is going to contain many files. That was why I had to make it any. But then if you want to be more secured or more type based, you can convert those results into a type, and then you can use it in this upload results here. But then this is just okay. So now we can test this works. This should work. So now let's go back to create next app. We'll go to this plus sign to add an image, to add a book rather. So we can just call this Pride and Prejudice. Yeah. And then I think the author is Jane Austen, I guess. Yeah. And then choose file. Pride and Prejudice, yeah. And then I think I got a, yeah, Jane. Romance, description, a good book. Publication year 1813. And then add to library. Now this is going to take this and send the image to Cloudinary, but let's just see. Yeah, so book added successfully. Let's check our console.log to see the upload results. Yeah, so as you can see, this is the upload results. We have the asset ID, the public ID, the version ID, the signature, the width, the height, the format, and everything. And then we have this secure URL. This is what we are going to pass into our MongoDB. So we can go and check it out. Let's go into our MongoDB. And we can refresh. Where is the refresh button? Yeah, we can refresh, and we can see the second one, Pride and Prejudice. As you can see, we have this cover URL, and then if I go into a new tab and paste that cover URL, you are going to see this Pride and Prejudice. And then if we go into Cloudinary and we refresh, we should see Pride and Prejudice here. Yeah. So with this, I'm serious, you have done a lot. So just go ahead and create more books, and after that we're going to work on the home page. We're going to add the recently uploaded books, and then we're going to work on the explore page. Like, we're going to work on this recently added, and then we're going to work on this explore page since we have books. So go ahead and add more books, and I'll see you in the next part. Alright, so I've added 5 books, that is 4 more books to our database. You can see I have 5 books now. What we're going to work on now is to create an API that we're going to use to get all these 5 books from our database. And then we're going to work on the home page first. Yeah, so let's first of all create the API. We're going to make a get API to get all the books from our database. So still in this file, yeah, we can close all this add book form book.ts, and then we can reduce this. And then still in this file, we have the get function. So this is add book, and then this will be get all books from DB, and then we can say export async function get, and then we're going to pass in the request. Sorry. And we're going to pass in the request. This is going to be a type of next request instead of request. And why we're using next request is because eventually we're going to be using the search params. So that's why I'm using this next request, because the search params can only be found under the next request. So that's why I'm using next request. Yeah. And then, just like we always do, the try and catch. So try and catch. And then inside the try statement, we are going to come in here and say await connect to database. Just like this. Now, the next thing we are going to do is to get all the books. And to get all the books, we can easily come here and just say const books will be equal to what? Await, and then we get the book from our model book.find, and we get everything. And what we can do is to sort it by the latest one on top. So dot sort, and then we can say created at -1. So this is what we're going to use to make sure that everything is on top, or the latest one is on top. And then what we're going to do is what? Return response.json, response.json, and passing the books, putting the status of 201 or 200. And then if there's any error, we just return and console.log the error. Not much of a big deal. Yeah. So with this, I think we are done. Later, we're going to work on this request. I'm going to show you why we need it, but for now, I think we are done. So if we go into books, so let's get rid of this. Let's use localhost 3000, then /API/books. This should get all books. Yeah, so as you can see, we have gotten all the books from our database using this simple code. Since we have gotten all the books from our database, the next thing we're going to do is to display them in our home page. So back to our folder structure here. Now we have to find where where recently added books are. So components, home, and then recently added. So inside here, we're going to be using a state to track all our recently added books. So we can come in here and say const recent books and set recent books. This is going to be use state, and then this is going to be an array of book, but we don't have book type yet. I'm going to show you how we're going to create that book type now. So this is an array of book. Now I have to import this use state from React, and like I've always said, whenever we are using use state or any hook at all, we have to add the use client directive on top of the component. If not, we're going to get an error. Yeah, so just like this, and let me import that again. Now for this type of book, we are going to be using typings.d.ts to get this book. So we want this book to be global. We want the book to be global. So in order for us to do that, normally we can do something like this: interface book, interface book, and then we add the type of the book. As you can see, the error is gone. But then right now we are going to be reusing this interface in multiple files. So we do not want to add it only to this place. So to do a global type, you can just come in here in the root folder, create a new file, call it typings.d.ts. You can call it anything, and then you paste in this. Now this is the type that I've gotten. We have the ID, the title, the author, the cover, the genre, and then I wanted to add the review before, but we don't need that anymore. Review added by, like I said, the added by consists of two things: the ID, the first name, created art, string, updated art, published year, and description. So yeah, you're already familiar with all of this. So this is just the type, and then save it, and this error should be gone since it is a global file now. It should be gone. Yeah, as you can see, the error is gone. Now we can continue building. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to use a use effect to fetch the recent book from our database. Of course, we're going to be using Axios to get the recent book from our database. So use effect. Make sure you import that as well. Put in the normal boilerplate for use effect. And then inside this, we are going to create a function which is fetch recent books. So we're going to create the function fetch recent books, and this function is going to be an async function, which of course is going to use Axios to get the recent books. So inside here, we're going to put in the try and catch block. Inside the try statement, we're going to say const response will be equal to await Axios dot get, and then we're going to pass in the route. If you remember vividly, you can see that the route is what /API/book. So we can just copy that, come in here and paste it. Make sure you import Axios from Axios. Load fast. Yeah, and I think that's all. So the next we're going to do is const data. This will be equal to what? Response dot data, just like this. And then we can set recent books to be equal to what? Data dot books. And you might be wondering, how do we get this dot books? If you go back into your route, you will observe that we added the response, the JSON type, to be books. So this is where the books is coming from. Yeah. Now, if there's any error, what we can do is just to console.log the error. Just like this. And then after, once you are done, we're now going to fetch the recent books. Yeah. Now we are going to be needing a loading state. So if recent book is equals to 0, which means that if the length is equals to 0, which means that it hasn't fetched the book, we are going to put a loading state, which is going to be a loader. So let's just wait. I don't know why this is slow. Yeah, import from Lucid React, and yeah, so if the recent books.length is 0, which means that we haven't gotten any book, it is still an empty array. We are going to have this padding y of 5, padding x of 5, minimum height of screen, which is 100 view height, and then this loading spin, loading book. So if we go into our home page, you can see this loading books quickly, and then it went away because the book is now present, but we don't have any component to show the book now. Yeah, so inside this recently added, we can convert this from a div into a section. Now inside this section, we are going to have a div, and then inside this div, we are going to have an h2 tag, which is going to say recently added. And then we're going to place this h2 tag side by side with a button, which is going to take us to the explore page. So the button is going to act as a link that is going to take us to view. We're going to use the tag view all, which is going to take us to the explore page. So link, import that from next/link, and then href will be equals to /explore. It's going to take us to the explore page, and we can just come in here and say view all, and then an arrow right icon from Lucid React, arrow right. From Lucid React, and yeah, so let's import the button. I don't know why importing is slow nowadays. I don't know why. Yeah, so and then the button should be a child of the link, so as child, and then the variant should be outline. Variant should be outline, just like this, and then we save and let's check. Yeah, as you can see, we have this recently added and then this view all button. Now we can start styling. Let's style this section. This section should have a padding, of course, so we give this a class name. This should have a padding in the x direction of 4, padding in the y direction of 10. And then this particular div, like I said, I want to put this button and this h2 tags side by side, so it only makes sense for this should to be flex. So give this a class name, flex item center, justify between, and a margin bottom of 6. So if we save, we'll see that it will be justified side by side exactly. Now we want to style this h2, so we want to make it bigger, so we give this a class name. This is going to be equal to text of 3XL, a font of bold, and a text of foreground. And you will see that it will look bigger. This 3XL isn't showing properly, so let me add. Okay, yeah, I made a mistake with the text, so if I save and go back, it should be bigger. Yeah, so as you can see, this is looking nice, and if I go to view all, if I click on it, it's going to take me to the explore page. Now after this, the next thing we're going to work on is the BookCard component. So under this div, which contains the h2 and the button, we're going to have another div which is going to contain the book card. So we're going to map over the recent books so that we can pass it into the book card. So recent books dot map, then book. We're going to return book card. We don't have that component yet, but then we're going to pass in the key. The key is going to be book dot id, and then we're going to pass in the remaining component, the remaining values, which you can just pass in like this as book, just like this. Now we don't have book card, so we can go into our component and create a new file. So inside the root component, we're going to create a new file, call it bookcard.tsx, and then ROAFCE book card. And now let's go back into this component and import that. Now back inside book card, we're going to be expecting a lot of things. So we're going to be expecting the ID, the title, the author, the cover, the genre, the added by, and yeah, added by. And I think that's all. We don't need the year. Now this is going to be all equal to book. So let's just make this to be equal to book. Yeah. So this book card right now, when we click on it, we want it to go into the book page. So for that, we are going to use a link component to wrap the full book card component, import that, and then this is going to be a dynamic link. So we want it to be changing every single time the ID changes. So we're going to be using these backticks, and then we say /book/ID. So this is going to take the underscore ID. So, and every book have their ID, so which means that anytime you click a new book, it's going to have a different ID. Now inside, we're going to have a div, and then inside this div, we're going to have another div for the image. We're going to be using the Next.js image tag so that it helps us with lazy loading and other functionality. So import that from next/image, and then inside this image, we're going to put the source as cover, and then we can give it an alt of cover, and then make sure you add fill. If you do not add fill, you are going to add height and width. But since we do not want to give it a specific height and a specific width, we can just add this fill here, and then we can have a class name. But for now, let's check what we have. Yeah, so now we need to specify. So this is a security feature from Next.js, which allows us to not pass in any kind of URL into the image tag without Next.js verifying it first. So we have to verify any link that is being passed into this image component. So to verify this, you can just click on this link, take it to the next tab, and then I'm sure Next.js will give us a way to overcome this error. So yeah, how to fix it? This you can just copy this image, copy this one, close this, and then back into our code. You can see next.config.ts, and then we're going to paste the config options here, and then instead of this URL, we'll go back to our file, and then rest.cloudinary.com, copy it and come in here and paste it just like that. Yeah, so I think this should solve the error. Now let us refresh, and I think the error should be gone. Okay, so after changing the next config, we are meant to restart our server. So let's check if it has restarted. Yeah, so it is restarting our server, as you can see, restarting the server. So let's just wait for it to restart, and then we'll continue building. All right, so it is ready now. We can close our terminal and let's go back. Yeah, as you can see, we have only one image. That is because we applied the fill property. We can close this. All right, so now we can go inside the div which contains the image and give this div a class name. And then inside the class name, you can give it a full width and then a height of 80. We can also make it relative. You remember, if you are using this fill, you have to wrap it inside a div and then make it relative so that the image will be relative to the div. And then if it overflows, it should be hidden. Just like this now, I think we should see all of them. Yeah. So as you can see, we have these 5 images. And it doesn't look nice yet, so we're going to style it, of course. I mean, we can just start styling immediately. All right, so for us to start styling, we can first of all, inside this image, we have this class name, and here we can give it a full width, a full height, and object contain, and then the rounded, it should be rounded at the top. It should be small though, rounded top of SM, and then I think this should be okay. Yeah, as you can see, this is making sense now. But as it is 1 1 like this, it is on a straight line. We do not want that. So to fix this being on a straight line, we have to go back into recently added, and then this div which contains all of them, we are going to give this div a class name. And then this class name is going to be grid. We're going to use the grid type and then grid column of 1 for mobile screen sizes, and then other screen sizes we have grid columns of 2. Then for large screen sizes like mine, we have grid columns of 5. So you can just play around this and check how best it suits you, but I think this is okay for me. So gap of 6. So if I save, there should be like this. Yeah, perfect. Now we can go into BookCard, back into BookCard. We want this to scale whenever we hover around it. So for us to do that, we can come in here and say transition dash transform. So we add this marker here, and then we can say duration. The duration should be 300 milliseconds, and the type should be is, in, out, and it should hover when we group. So we have to group everything, and we are going to group using this particular div here. So give it a class name, group. So we have to, this is our group, and then this image should be part of the group. So group dash hover, which means that whenever we hover around the image, all of them is going to follow the same pattern. So we are going to increase the scale to 105. So if I save it and I hover around this, it should increase, as you can see. Yeah, since we are done with the image, the next thing we're going to have is the text part. So under this image div, we're going to create another div which is going to handle the text part, and then we're going to have the h3 first, The h3 is going to be the title, and then after the h3 we're going to have the p tag, which is going to have the user icon from Lucid React, and then we're going to come in here and add the author, which is the name of the author. And then under this p tag we're going to have a div which is going to put in the genre, and then let's see, have a div which is going to have the badge. We're going to be using the badge component from Shadcn. So we don't have that yet, so we go into our server, our terminal rather, npx shadcn at latest add badge, and just wait for it to get installed. While it's installing, we can continue building. So add the badge, and then you pass in the genre, just like this. Under this div we are going to have the added by. So yeah, so I have a p tag which is going to be p tag which is going to be added by, and then we pass in added by dot and then the first name. So we save that, but then I don't really like as we're adding this question mark here. To get rid of that, we are going to wrap all of this inside curly braces and make sure that added by is present. So added by should be present, and this. So now we can get rid of this question mark. Now we can import this badge from components, or let's see if that's installed. So yeah, it does not installed. It's still I don't know why it's wasting time to install. Yeah, so it's done. We can now import that from UI/badge. Yeah, so dot/UI/badge and added by, yeah, so now we can go back into our component and let's see if it is going to have at least show something. Yeah, so as you can see, we have the name, everything. Yeah. The next thing is to style this. So let's start styling. So all right, we have the first div. We're going to give this a class name, padding everywhere of 4, and then space in the y direction of, let's give it of 2, space y of 2, and then we can save. Then for the title, I'm just going to paste and explain the code. I don't really want to make this video so long, so we're going to make the font semi-bold, and then we're going to give it a large text and line clamp of 2. So what this line clamp does, that if it has passed the particular width which is meant to occupy and is in the second line, is not, the third line is going to have these 3 dots, so it's going to clamp it. So that is why we're having this line clamp of 2, and then the foreground, text of foreground. And then when you hover around the group, like I said, this is a group hover. So if I hover on the group, if I hover on the text, or I hover on the image, it is still going to happen to all of them. So group hover, once it hovers, then it changes the color, and then transition of the colors is in out. And I save, I'll go back and check, and you can see even if I hover on the image, the text is going to change the color. Yeah. All right. Now the next one is the p tag, I'm going to paste as well. Oh shit. Yeah, so I'm going to give this a small text and text muted foreground to give it that kind of grayish text color and make it flex because of this icon and then this auto item center gap of 1. So if I go back and check, you see that this looks nice, but then this icon is looking bigger than the text. So we're going to fix that. And to fix that, we're just going to go into this icon, give it a class name, and then give it a width of 3 and a height of 3. Just like that. I think that should fix it. So yeah, that looks very, very nice. Then after that, we have the genre. We have the genre. The genre, we are going to give this badge class name, or we're going to give it a variant of secondary. And then a class name. Yeah, a small text and then this kind of background. This kind of background color E8DBC9. When I save and go back, you are going to see this kind of, yeah. And finally, we have the added by. So added by, we are just going to come here and paste the code. Yeah, a small text as well. Give it that kind of grade text, italic and padding top of 1. So yeah, this is it. This is looking nice. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. But then we are meant to make the color, I think, white in a way. Or yeah, we're going to make the color white. So at the very top, this div which has this group, we're going to give it a background of white. Yeah, as you can see, it is looking better already. Yeah. And then rounded. Sorry. Rounded of SM. Give it a small rounded borders. Yeah, around the edges, rounded edges. And then whenever we hover, we want to give it a border. So hover, border, transition, all. And let me just paste the remaining code. I don't really have time to start writing everything one by one. You already know all this stuff for the styling, so it doesn't make sense repeating it. And you can always use AI to generate styles for you. Yeah, so duration of 300 is in out. So whenever you hover, you give it a shadow, hover, minus translate y minus 1. So yeah, that should be okay. So if you go around, you can see this looks nice. And yeah. So we are done with the recently added on the home page. When I click on this, I'll be taken to the particular page, but then we don't have that, so we're going to get a 404 error. Of course, just watch. You'll see this link is going to change to /books/ the ID. So / the particular book / the ID of the book. Let's just see. Yeah, as you can see, /book / the ID of the book. All right, the next we're going to work on is this explore page. We haven't worked on it yet, and yeah, that's what we're going to work on right now. All right, so for us to create the explore page, we'll open our folder structure, and then this is how we add a page. Remember, inside the app, we're going to create a new file, and this file we're going to call it explore. And then inside the explore, we create a new page.csx, just like this, and we can close these remaining ones. And then RAFCE, if you don't have the extension, you can go and download the extension. explore page, just like this. And yeah, the next thing, inside this div, we're going to have a h2 and h2 tag, which is going to say explore our collection, just like this. And then under the h2 we have the p tag, which is going to have browse through, let's say something like this, browse through 10 literary treasures. Sorry, that is happening to my English. Yeah, so browse through, example, we're going to change this to the amount of book we have, but for now let's leave it as this: browse through 10 literary treasures. And then we have under this p tag, we're going to have a div. This div is going to have the funnel. This is an icon from Lucid React. Yeah, and then we'll have a p tag, which is going to say filter by genre, just like this. Control S, and let's see what we've got. Yeah, so now let us style this. First of all, this first div is going to have a class name with padding in the y direction of 5 and padding in the x direction of 5 as well. And then this h2, I'm just going to copy and paste the class name. So this is going to have a text of 5XL, medium screen size is text of 3XL, font bold, text foreground. And then for this p tag, we're going to have yeah, text of base, which is the normal 16 pixels, right? Yeah, text of base 16 pixels, and text of this kind of orange brown color, leading relaxed. And then we can go in and you can see this is looking nice. And then this filter div, we can give this a styling. We want it to be side by side, so of course it should be flex. Class name, margin top of 8, flex, item center, and then we give this a text color. Yeah, and for the funnel itself, we're going to give this a class name. This is going to have a width of 4, height of 4, and the margin right of 1. Save that, and this should be nice. Yeah, perfect. Now under this filter by genre, we want to have different buttons which we are going to be able to filter by the specific genre. And then to have that genre, I have the popular genres already, so I will just copy and paste it. You can just paste it on top here. So sorry. Yeah, so these are popular genres. We can come under this div and we're going to map through all the popular genres and display them. So we'll have a div the way we do it normally, and then we'll come in here, put a coiled braces, and then popular genres. Dot map, and then collect the genre, each genre, and return button. Don't know what's happening now. Button, and then you pass in the genre just like this. Make sure you import button from UI/genre, and then the key should be genre as well. Yeah, so with this you will have popular genres now. Yeah, as you can see, we have popular genres now, and I think we have done something like this before, so I can just copy and paste. So yeah, it's going to be a type of button. So type of button variant, it depends on whether the button is selected or not, and also handle on click. We're going to have on click, so we have done something like that before. Yeah, we have done something like this when creating the form, so this should not be a new thing to you. So variant, when it is selected, it should be default, else it should be outline, rounded full. So which means that we need to have a state which is going to contain the genre and set selected genre. So we're going to come in here and have that state. So const use states, and then let's pass in null for now, or an empty text, or an empty string rather. Yeah. So the remaining one is the handle genre click, which is this particular one here. We're going to create the function after this. So just come in here and say handle const handle genre click is going to accept a genre, and then we set selected genre to that particular genre which was passed. So example, if we click on I don't know, this is having issues. Yeah, so since we're using use state, we are going to make this component a client component. So that's why we were having that error. So use client, and yeah, this should be working. Yeah, so as you can see, it works. Now, right now, we're not going to work on the genre yet because we're going to be able to filter very soon. But for now, let's just continue building the components. And as you can see, they are all joined together, so we want them to look nice. And to do that, we have to use this div. We have to style this on top div. So give it a class name of flex wrap. They should wrap, of course, and then give it a gap of 2, and then margin top of 4. We save, and now it should look nicer. It should have a gap now. Should have a gap. Okay, yeah, I didn't add the X, so flex should have that gap now. Perfect. Now the next we're going to have is a p tag, which is going to just say showing the number of books there. So we just say showing, let's say 2 books. Finish. And the next thing is our book card. So for us to show our book card, we need to get all the books. And how do we get all the book? By using the use effects. And yeah, so we can just come in here and have 2 states, books and loading states. So I can just paste that directly. So we have the book states and the loading state, which we're going to use to track if we're getting the books or not. So we have the book and set book. This is an array of book. I've already done this before, so this should not look new to you. And then after this, we can have a use effect, and then let's import that from React, put in the normal boilerplate. And now inside this use effect, we are going to get all the books from the API. So we'll say const fetch books is going to be an asynchronous function. And then in here, we set loading immediately to true. And then the normal try and catch block. In the try statement, we are going to get our response. So we just come in here and say const response will be equal to what? Await Axios. Make sure you import that. Dot get, and then like we've done before, /API/books. And then the next thing, const data will be equals to response dot data, just like this. And we can come in here and say set books to data dot books, just like this. And if there's any error, we set book to an empty array. So we can just come in here. So yeah, if there's any error, console.log the error fetching books, set books to an empty array, and then finally set loading to false. And then we can come here and fetch books, just like this. And now since we have books, we can now come in here and say browse through books.length, and then also here showing books.length. Yeah, so now under this div, under this p tag rather, we are going to have a div which is going to show the book card. So we have already done something like that before. I'm just going to paste again. So just come in here and paste it. Make sure you import book card. Yeah, this should give us a basic overview of what we want to build. So yeah, why am I getting 0 books? Let me refresh. We should have 5 books. We're still getting 0 books. Ah, come on. So where is the problem coming from? /API/books. Okay, I'm meant to fetch the book outside of these curly braces, not inside. So yeah, outside, Ctrl S, and we should have 5 books now. All right, so we are having issues because sometimes book might be undefined. So we have books. Yeah. So when you might have an undefined value, you can just put in that question mark, and I think we should bypass it. Isn't giving me anything. I don't know what is happening. I don't know what is happening right now, to be honest with you. What is the problem? Let's check. Let's inspect. All right, so let's add a console.log to see. Okay, you can see it here. Set books to, we're adding a C here. We're not meant to add a C. So Control S and let's check back. Yeah, it worked. You can see that silly mistakes. Programming can be crazy sometimes. So yeah, it worked. And we can style this a little bit more. Yeah, as you can see, this showing 5 books is not looking well styled. So let's go and style that. Yeah. So you can go into this one and then give it this class name. Yeah, so give it our color that we have been using since. Margin top of 5, margin bottom of 2, and that should now look nice. Yeah. All right, so the next we're going to do is to make these filter options. We should make it work. So how can we do that? We're going to be changing the route. We're not going to be doing client-side filtering because I don't know, client-side filtering is not really that great, to be honest. It's always it's always good, and it's always recommended for you to perform your filter in client side so that you can share a link, and the link is going to, you can share someone. Let's say you want to share to your friend romance only books. If you do only client side, only you can see romance only books. So you have to change the URL so that it can have something like this: genre equals to romance, so that whenever your friend visits this page, the server is going to send this genre, and then it's going to display only books with the genre of romance. It's always recommended to use server-side filtering. So now let us work on that. Yeah, so first thing we're going to do is whenever we click any of this, we should change this genre. So if we click on fiction, we should change this genre to fiction. Click on drama, change to drama. Click on classic, change to classic. So that's what we should work on right now. And where can we work on that? We'll work on that using this handle generic click. All right. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to be working with router. So which means that we need router. So we're going to get router. So const router will be equals to what? Use router from next/navigation. Don't use next/router, please. Next/navigation. And we'll come in here and say router. Whenever a gem is clicked, router.push, we want to change the URL. So this is going to be a dynamic routing. So we need the path name. So if you look at this now, this is divided into 2. We need this and this. We need before the question mark and after the question mark. So we can get this path name from Next.js, pass this hard-codedly, and then pass this. This should change. So to get the path name, we just come in here, use path name from Next.js. So const path name will be equals to use path name from next/navigation. Use path name, yeah. And then we can come in here and then pass in the path name. So this is the first part, and then we're going to work on the second part. The second part, like I said, is going to be hard-coded. Genre is equal to, and then the other one will no longer be hard-coded, will be equals to and then genre, and then add that quote again. This is the escaping quote, just like this. So now if I click on classic, the URL should change to classic. As you can see, change to classic. Fiction, change to fiction. Romance, it should change to romance. Drama, change to drama. Now that we've gotten this, first thing we'll do now is the next we're going to do now is to create the lazy initializer, so that whenever we enter this page immediately, it's going to stay in the all. As you can see, I clicked on explore, it is still in drama. It is meant to be in all by default, so we want that lazy initializer. And how can we do that? Is by using this state. So we have the selected January, we want to default it. So how can we default that? We'll just create a function inside the state, and then we can say const the January parameter, we can just call it as gp, will be equals to search params. So we need to get the search parameter from our URL. So Next.js provides a way for that. We can just use const search params. This will be equal to use search params. Make sure you import that from Next.navigation as well. So now we can say const January parameter will be equals to what? Search params dot get. So we want to get the search parameter. So what is the name of our search parameter? Is January. So if you click on classic, we should have, yeah, so the search parameter is January. So we can come in here and say get January. All right, so now if there's a search parameter, so we'll come here, if there's a January parameter, sorry, if gp, we're going to return gp, but then we're going to remove all other stuffs. So that is why we're now using these regex to replace everything with this stuff. So you can just copy this. I used AI to get this, so yeah, so replace it. But then if it doesn't exist, we're going to return all. So that is how we're going to make it. So if I click on explore now, sorry, if I click on explore and I refresh, it should be in all. As you can see, it is in all by default. All right, the next we're going to do now is when we're going to use this classic now, and we're going to work on it. We're going to extract it from the server inside our API so that we can query for books based on that January. So that's what we're going to work on next. All right, so let me quickly explain how this query is going to work. So when passing our API URL, we have to pass in the January query as well. So in our explore page, that is where we are getting this API URL. We are going to pass in the query, and then our API is going to take that query and then use it to query for books using that particular January. So we need to get the January query. So we'll say const January query. This will be equal to if selected. This is going to be an if statement because we have all, and then we have all is going to give us every single books, and then we have if a genre is present or not. So if selected January, sorry, and then the selected January is not all, and selected January is not equal to all, then we're going to come in here and say the January query will be equals to question mark January equal to, and then pass in the encode URI, encode URI component, and then you pass in the selected January. Don't forget the quotation mark. Just like this, then else, this is where the question mark is. Then else, just an empty string. Just like this, now we have our generic query. We're going to use backticks for this one now. And then we're going to pass in the generic query. Yeah, so with this now we have this generic query in our API URL. The next we're going to do is to go into our API route, and then we're going to get books based on that generic. So in our route.ts, we'll come in here and say we're going to get the generic param. So we'll come here and say const generic param. This will be equal to what? Requests dot next URL dot search params dot get, and then we get the generic. And then we can come in here and say const query which is a type of any, it can be anything, will be equals to an empty object. Then if there is generic param, so if generic param is present, we'll create sorry, if generic param is present, we'll come here and say const generic unquoted we're going to remove all the quotes and everything from the generic param. So that's why we are going to be using regex regular expressions. And then we'll not check again if generic unquoted, if it exists, and if it is not all, and generic unquoted is not equal to all. Sorry. Then that means query dot generic will be equals to what? Generic unquoted. Just like that. Now we can come in here and say books await find. We are going to be finding based on that query. Just like this. Yeah. And then this is going to change. This URL, this use effect is going to be calling every single time selected generic changes. So that is why we have to add it here, since it is dependent on selected generic. Just like that. And I think this should be all. So classic now should show only classic. But now not all genres have a book. So if I go into romance, I should see another book. Romance is not getting any book. Let me go into fiction. They are not getting books, so I think we have done something very, very bad. Let's see where the problem is coming from. Let me check my generic param is equals to request.nextURL search params.get generic, and then pass your query as an empty object. And then if generic param const generic unquoted, should be generic param dot replace all this stuff here. And then if generic unquoted and generic unquoted is not equals to all, then query dot generic is equals to generic unquoted. and then const book, just find the query. Yeah, I think this should work. I think the problem is from the explore page. Yeah, I think the problem is from the explore page. Let's see. So book is an array of books, and genre query is equals to selected genre, and selected genre is not equals to all. Then genre will be equals to encode URI, and then you pass in the selected genre. Yeah, I forgot to close the quotes, so make sure you close the quotes, and I think this should work now. Yeah, as you can see, we have one book here, and then if we go into fiction, we'll have the remaining 4 here. So that means it works. But then if we go to classic, we have 0 books. But then we don't have any loading indicator, but we have the state, so we can go in and utilize this. So let's go inside. Sorry. Before we show this book card, we have to put a loading state. So we can come in here and wrap this in curly braces. Then you come in here and say loading. If it is loading, you are using a ternary operator, we have to return loading. Else, we are going to return another thing. So for now, let's just return loading books. So else, we are going to return the book card. So I don't know why this is giving me an error. So as you can see, loading books, and then nothing happens. If I go into fiction, loading books, and then it shows the book, go into romance, loading books, and it shows the books. Yeah. So I think that's all for the explore page. The next page we're going to work on is the individual book. So if I click on to kill a mockingbird, what I should see should be the book page where I can add a book to my library, or if I'm the person who posted it, I can edit and delete a book. So that's what we're going to be working on next. All right, so before we work on the individual page, we have to work on the individual page API first. And to do that, we can just close everything here, and then inside this app, inside API, we're going to create inside books, we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call it book ID. Yeah, so like I said, Next.js is file based, which means that everything you create is a file, is a route. So any folder you create is a route. So we want it to be /book/ then this book ID. Now, what we're going to do, since we're using the get function, we want to get the particular book based on the ID. So export async function get, and then you pass in the request, type of request. The next we're going to get is the book ID. How can we get the book ID? Since we use this folder book ID, we can get the book ID through the param. So we can just come here and say params, and then the param is going to be params. It's going to be a promise. param is going to be a promise which contains the book ID, and the book ID is going to be a string. Yeah, so this I got it from the Next.js official documentation. We get the param, the structure of the params, and then the param is going to be a promise of book ID, which is going to be a string. Yeah. The next thing, like always, try and catch block, try, and then the catch, put in the error, just like this. And then inside the try statement, we're going to get the book ID mainly. So const book ID. The book ID is going to be equal to await params dot book ID, just like that. And the next thing, we connect to our database, await connect to database, just like this. And then you can now get the book based on that ID. So we can just come here and say const book. That particular book will be equals to await book make sure you import it from @model/book book.find by ID, find by ID, and then you pass in the book ID, just like this. And then you can now come here and say if no book. So if we did not get any book with that particular ID, which means that the ID is wrong, we can now return book not found. So we just return response.json, and the error should be what? Book not found. But then if it is there, if we found the book, then we can just return response.json, and then we pass in the book, just like that. And then if there's an error, we just console log the error and return the response for that particular error, failed to fetch book. Yeah, so with this we're actually done. So we can test it by taking this ID and then going to your API/book and then paste the ID. So we should get a particular book ID. We should actually get that particular book information. Let it load, finish. Yeah, so as you can see, we've gotten the particular book information. So this is To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee. This is the cover photo, the genre, the description, published art, created and updated art. So now that I've gotten this information, we can quickly create this page and everything should be easy to do. So as we did this, that we had these curly braces. Now this, not curly braces, rather this square bracket. This square bracket is an indicator that this is a dynamic ID in Next.js. So it means that this book ID can change at any point in time, and we also do that in this app. So if you look at this folder structure, we have /book/book ID. So we need that as well. So we'll just come in here and say /book and then create a new folder, book ID. Like I said, it changes every single time, so it has to be dynamic. So we'll put that in the square bracket /book ID and then page.csx arrow_fce and we can call this book page. Now if I save and check back again and refresh, I should see book page here. Yeah, so as you can see, we have this book page. All right, now we can start developing. So we have to get the book details first. And how can we get the book details? We get the book details by using the params.bookid and then with our API URL. So we have to get our params. So const params will be equals to use params, and then we have to import this use param from next/navigation. Yeah. So we can come in here and say use effect. Make sure you import use effects from React, and then const fetch book details. This is going to be an async function which we are going to use to get the book details. So try and catch. In the try statement, we'll just say const response will be equals to what? Await Axios dot get, and then slash API slash books slash, just like we did here, slash API slash books slash the ID. We are going to get the ID as well. So slash API slash books, and then the ID. We can get the ID by saying params dot, remember what we have here is book ID, so dot book ID, just like that. Import Axios. Now since I've gotten the response, we can just come in here and say we need to set the book details. So to set the book details, we are going to need a state. So const book details set book details. This is going to be equals to what? Use states, and then this will be a type of book. Remember that we have a global type of book or null, and initially it is going to be set to null, just like this. Now we set, since we have gotten the response, we are going to set the book details to res.data, just like that. And then if there's an error, we just console.log the error, just like that. And then before we call our fetch book details, we won't call it directly. We have to check if params.bookid exists. So if params.bookid exists, so that is when we'll be able to fetch book details. And then this will change every single time our book ID changes. So params.book ID, every time it changes, that is when this should run. Yeah. So now that I've gotten our book details, so we need to create a component where we pass the book details. So because of that, we can come in here and have a div. Okay, we already have the div and a curly braces, and we'll check if book details exists. If it exists, we are going to show the book details page. If it doesn't exist, we are going to show the loader information. So we're going to show loading book details, and then we're going to import loader 2. Yeah. So now we need to create this book details page, and we'll pass in all the book details. So this is a shorthand for passing all the information instead of passing it one by one. So we need to create this book details page. We'll go into our components, our component and then add a new file. We're going to name it book details, book details.tsx, and then array fce. Alright, so in this book details component, you can just get rid of this book details text there and then add in a general div. Now inside this general div, we're going to have two divs, one for the image and the add to my library button, and the second one is for the title, the description, the author information, all those text. So we're going to have the left part, which is going to contain the image plus the button. So this is the part we're going to work on first. So we'll have the div for that, and then this div is going to have the div for the image. So let's have the div for the image, and then inside the image div we're going to check if the cover exists. So if we go back into page.css, you can see that we have this book details here, and then we have this red line, which means that let me import this first. Sorry. Yeah, we're still going to get a red line because we are not accepting book details yet. Yeah, so you can see we are not accepting this book details information. So let's go and accept it first before we continue working on the project. All right, so now we have this book details in here. Now we're going to be accepting what? We're going to be accepting the ID, the title, the author, the cover, the genre, the description, the published year, the added by, to know who added the information, added by, created at, and updated at. All these are just going to be, the type. These are the type of book. And remember that book is a general type or a global type, which we have in typings.d.cs. All right, since we have this now, we can go back to continue building. Now inside this image div, we have to check if there's a cover first before filling the image. So we have to check, is there a cover? We're going to be using the ternary operator. So is there a cover? If there's a cover, show the image component by Next.js. From Next.js, next/image, and then if there is no cover, we're going to display a div which is going to say no cover available. So no cover available. Yeah, now inside this image component, with this image component, we can give the source to be equal to the cover, and then the alt, we can just give it any name, cover, and then we're going to add fill. Remember I said so, because if we not add fill, we have to manually write the width and the height, which doesn't make sense to me. So we have the class name. After that fill, we can add the class name, give it a full width, a full height, and object dash contain. Just like this. Now let's save and let's check our browser. All right, now we can click on anyone. Let's click on the Hobbit and let's see what we're going to get. Yeah, so this, we cannot use effect in a component that is a server component. So let's check where that component is. Yeah, this is a component. So let's add the use client directive on top. So add the use client directive, use client, and yeah, that problem should be fixed. Yeah, it's showing loading book details, which is what we added here. So it should change to book details. So yeah, exactly. So now we have this image which we got from this, and now we can style it to look better. First of all, let's style the overall div. So the parent div, we have the class name. This should have a width of full, should have a full width, and then we can just make it have a padding in all direction of 6, just like this. And then in the next div, which is going to contain the two other div, I can just add the second div here. So this div is going to have the two divs, right? Yeah, we're going to have the two divs. This, of course, since it's going to have two divs, we're going to make it flex. Let's give it a class name. Let's not rush. Yeah. So give it a class name and then a flex, and then flex of column for mobile screen sizes, and then for medium screen sizes and above, you should have a flex direction of row, and then items dash start. Just like this. And then inside this image div, inside this one which is going to contain the image and the button, we can make it flex as well. But then before that, we're going to give it a full width, just like we did for the other one. Give it a full width. And then for medium screen sizes, the image part is going to be a quarter width. So we'll give it a quarter width. For phone or mobile phone size, is going to have a full width, but then for medium screen sizes, which is like from them tablets to the laptop screen sizes, is going to have a quarter width, so 1/4. And then we'll make it flex, and flex in direction of column. Yeah, and then item start as well. Yeah. Now this other div is, we're going to make it relative, give it a class name. Like I said, if you're using fill, you have to wrap it in a div, and then we're going to make it relative, and then provide the height and the width inside the div. So we'll make it relative, and then we'll give it a full width, and then a custom height of 420 pixels. Overflow hidden, of course. Overflow hidden, and then give it a small rounded border, rounded corner, and BG, or we can leave it like this. Yeah, so now let's check. As you can see, we have this image in the quarter. So this is quarter, this is 1/4. If I inspect and go into mobile view, it's going to have the full width. So let's go into X arrow. You can see it has the full width. It's no longer in a quarter display, but then in normal screen sizes, in larger screen sizes, it has that quarter display. Now after this one, we're going to have the button. So under this div, we're going to have a div for the add to my library button, and this div is going to have a class name, a padding top of 4, and of course a full width as well. All right. Now inside it, like I said, is a add to my library button, so it makes sense to use the button component. Sorry, I pressed new by mistake. Yeah, so import that, and then we can just come in here and say add to my library, just like this. And let's check what we've got. Yeah, as you can see, but this is not looking that nice, not looking nice the way I want it to look. So I have to style this button a little bit, give it a class name, a full width, and then we're going to add in this book plus icon. So book plus, from Lucid React. Yeah. Just like that. And then, yeah, this is looking nice. So this is better. So we're done with this part. The next part is the right side, which contains the metadata and then the description. Yeah, so this part containing the metadata and the description. Now inside this div, we're going to have another div as well. And then the next we're going to have is the genre. So if the genre is available, we're going to display the genre as a badge like we've always been doing. Make sure you import the badge from UI/badge, not from Lucid React. And then under this div, under the genre, not under the div, rather under the genre directly, we're going to have a div. And then inside this div, we're going to have the button. So I have to check first if the signed in user is the person, or we can just skip that. We can skip that and add it later. I'm going to add the business logic. Yeah, so let me just add the button directly. So very soon you understand what I'm talking about. But for now, let me just add the button. So we'll have two buttons, which is the edit and delete button. Wow, we have a lot of divs, man. Whew. Yeah, so we have two buttons. The first button is the edit button. Let me just duplicate this. The second one is the delete button. Yeah, so the edit button is going to, let's use the edit icon from Lucid React, and then this is going to use the /2 icon from Lucid React as well. /2 icon from Lucid React. Yeah. So let's check what we've got. So as you can see, we have this genre, fiction, and then these two icons. I don't know if I should just style it first. All right, so let me just style what I have right now, and then we'll continue building. But for now, let's just style this so that it will look nice. So we'll give it a class name, give the overall div a class name, give it a full width, as we always do. And then since we gave the, we're going to give, since you gave the first one a width of 1/4, we're going to give this one a width of 2/3. So in medium screen sizes, a medium screen sizes of width of 2/3. So if you hover around it, you're going to see the percentage. Yeah, 66%. The other one is 1/4, which is, where is it? Yeah, which is 25%. So if you sum it, you'll see that it's looking okay. And then this div above the genre, we're going to give it a class name as well. We're going to make it flex. So the genre and then these buttons, they are going to be separated, justified between. So we'll have this flex, and then like I said, justified between with items -start, just like this. And there you have it. So this is the genre, and then this is that. Now for the button, we're going to give this button a variant of ghosts, so that it won't have that that background color. Yeah, so I'm going to give it a variant of ghost. So we're going to give it to both of them. And then give it a size of icon. Yeah, both of them as well. So I think this is okay for now. Yeah, we have the edit and delete button, but then we have to change the class name of the delete so that it will be red in color. So we'll go into this trash and then give it a class name of text-destructive. So when you save, you go back and you see that it becomes red. Yeah. So now under this button div, and then under this button div, and then under this genre, which we made flex, we're going to go under both of them, And then we're going to have our title. So for the title, we're going to give it a h1, and then we put in the title, Ctrl S, and we should see our title here, The Hobbit. Perfect. Now inside this title, not inside the title, we can, sorry, let's type the title immediately. So give it a class name, font of semi-bold, and then text of 6SL. Then for medium screen sizes, we'll give it a text of 4XL. Sorry, this should be for large screen sizes. So LG, this should be for large screen sizes. Then for normal screen sizes, I'm going to make it a text of 2XL, just like this. And you can see this is looking very, very nice. Now the next thing we're going to have is a div which is going to contain the author information and the published year. So like let's go under this h1, we're going to have a div. This div is going to have the author information, so, and then it should be available only when the author is available. So author, and give it a div, and then we can have the author. Just like that. Now we should have the author information. Yeah, as you can see, Tolkien. I don't know how to pronounce the name, but yeah, this is the author information. This is the author name, rather, who wrote the book. All right, so under we can have the published year. So we'll come in here and make sure that published year is available. So published year. If it is available, then we can show this component, the div, which is going to have what, the published year. So we have the div, and then the div is going to have the published year. Yeah, so before we continue, we can just start styling this. So in this div, which contains both of them, we're going to make them flex. So give it a class name, make it flex, items center, and then give it a gap of 4. And then want to give it that kind of grayish color, so give it a text dash muted of foreground. Yeah. And then margin top of 3. So if you save this and then go back, this should look better. So here, as you can see, we have the author name and then the publication here. Now it will look nicer if we have the icons around this. So if you have a user icon and probably a date or a calendar icon, yeah. So inside this author information, inside this author name rather, you can have the user class name, no, not class name, user icon, and then yeah, you can give it a class name of width of 4, height of 4. And then for this published here, we can have a calendar icon. Give the same class name, width of 4, height of 4. just like this, and let's see what we've got. Yeah, so we'll have to style this, of course. So we'll give this we're going to give this div a class name. Let me just paste that. Let me copy and paste that. Flex to make them on the same line. Item center, make them on the same line vertically. Gap of 1, font medium. We're going to give the same to this div as well. Save it, and we should have something nice. Perfect, perfect, perfect. The next thing, we're going to have a line which is going to separate this and then the other ones. So under this div, we're going to have a line which is going to separate that information with the description. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, we have that kind of line. Yeah, now for the description part, we're going to have a h2 which is going to say about the book. So we have the h2 which is font of semi-bold, text of 2XL, padding top of 3. So this is going to say about this book, and then we're going to add in the description. So under the h2 which says about this book, paste in the description inside. So give it a text muted of foreground, padding, a margin top of 2, and then white space per line. I don't know what that is. Yeah, so and then pass in the description. So next we have the description, and as you can see, this is looking very, very nice. Yeah, and then we have another line again so that we can show the who added the information and then the created date. So when the person added it, who added it, and when it was added. So we'll have the line. And then we have a p tag. And then we're going to add added by. So if added by exists, if it exists, we're going to put a span tag added by, and then added by dot first name. Remember that added by has two information, the ID and then added by who. Yeah, so that is why I have this added by and then the first name, just like that. The next we're going to have is a dot, so to differentiate the added by and when the person added it. So import the dot from Lucid React, and then after that we're going to have created at. So created at, and so if it exists, put in a span tag and then put in created at. So you save and then you check. Now this, we have two problems. First of all, this is vertical, and then look at this date. This date is not looking like a date. So yeah, we'll have to work on that. First is this p tag. Let me just paste in the styling. So yeah, make it flex item center vertically. It should be okay vertically. Give it a small text and then the kind of grayish background. So we go back, and yeah, as you can see, this is looking nice. Added by Emmanuel. The Emmanuel is text of black. Now for this date, we're going to create a function which we're going to use to convert this to a normal date. All right. So I don't really want to waste time. I actually asked AI to generate the function for me. So I'm just going to paste it here as well, and I'll give the high level explanation. So I can just come in here and paste the function. All right, so this is the format date function. Accept the date as string. So it's going to accept this thing as a string, and then it's going to convert that date to a normal date. You understand? So that string date is going to use this this method to convert it to a new date, and then if it is not a number, just return it back. But then if it is not, if it is a date, we are going to return this particular pattern. So this is a pattern, year, numeric, long, day. So this should be like kind of 12 May 2025 or something like that. So this is numeric, this is in long, which signifies that it should be the normal month, either January, December, or anyhow you want to put it. And then with this function, we can go in here and wrap the created art with that particular function. So we'll come in here and yeah, format dates, and then wrap the created art. Yeah, as you can see, I don't know why this is refreshing. But as you can see, we have this date, November 2020, November 22, 2025, 2025. Yeah. All right, so we are actually done with this page. What is remaining are just three things: add to my library, edit, and delete. So what should we work on first? I think we should work on editing a book first, or we can just work on deleting it. All right, let's work on editing a book. After editing a book, we're going to work on deleting a book, and then we're going to work on adding a book to a library, which will involve us creating a new model for the library and sort of. So I'll see you in the next part. Okay, so for editing a book, what we want is that when we click on this pencil icon, it's going to redirect us to the edit page. So to do that, we're going to be using the link component from Next.js. So let's go close to this edit here, and then we're going to wrap this in the link component from next/link, and let's wrap it. And then the href, the link is going to be what? It's going to be dynamic because each book have different IDs. So we're going to give this /book/ the ID of the book which was why we added this ID. We don't need this updated art, so we can get rid of that. Yeah, so that was why we had this ID. So we're going to pass in the ID of the book and then /edit, just like this. So now if I click on this edit button, it's going to take me to /edit. It's going to add /edit to this URL. Let's just see what happens. All right, it's not working. I think what is happening is because it's still a button, so I have to add this as child like we've always been doing. I just forgot to add it. So if I save it, go back and click on this, it should take us to that link. Yeah, so as you can see, /book/ the ID, then /edit, but we don't have that page yet, which is why it is showing us this 404 error. All right, so that means that we have to create that page. So this is /book/ the ID. So inside here is where we're going to have the /edit, and then we have the page.tsx, and then rfc. You can call this edit book, and then when I save and go back here, this should change to edit book in an instant. All right, as you can see, we have the edit book here, which means that the page is working. And what we're going to do is that we're going to have similar kind of design with add book. So let's go to add book and then page.csx. Let's copy everything that is in here, go back to our edit page and then paste it. And then for the form, let's add the div. Sorry, for the form, you can just get rid of it. For now, we won't be having any form. Let's just convert this first to our own for edit rather. So instead of add a book, we're going to be writing edit a book, and then instead of share a literary treasure, we're going to have this instead. So update the details of a literary treasure. So Ctrl S, and yeah, you have it. Yeah, you have it. But then for the div, we forgot to take that. So I'm going to copy the one with styling and paste it. So we have this div, the styling with the padding in the y direction of 5 bg background and the minimum height of 100 view height. So if you look at, yeah, this is looking better. The next thing is the edit book form. We are going to be having this edit book form, but we don't have that yet. So let's go ahead and create that. Inside this add book, we can just have it inside this add book component, or you can have it anywhere. You can have it in the normal component, anyhow you want to do it. Yeah, so edit book form .tsx, and then as usual refce, and then we have the edit book form. Now this edit book form is also going to be similar with our add book form. So we can just go inside the add book form. So add book form. And let's copy everything inside this div. Inside the return statement rather. So copy everything, go into edit book form and paste it. So we're going to get a lot of errors to do, but then we're going to fix it. That's not an issue. So for the card, we're going to import the card, import the label, import the input, and then we're going to add this disable in the entire file. We're going to import the button, import the text area, import this book plus icon. Yeah, and as you can see, we have minimized the error. All right, so for the handle submit error, we can just create a simple dummy handle submit function to get rid of that const handle submit. This should be equals to an async function. Yeah, so I've gotten rid of that, and then this selected January, we're going to use the normal state which we have always been using. So yeah, use states. And like I said, since we're using use states, we're going to have the use client directive on top, use client directive on top, just like that. Yeah, and the next one, cover preview. Cover preview, let's have the states as well. We already have this in add book. In case you are wondering where I'm getting it from, we already have it in add book form and cover file. Yeah, we can have that as well. Popular genres, so I can copy and paste that as well. Yeah. And then our loading states, of course, we need that as well. So we can go in here, and then add in our loading state. All right, so let me save this and go back to our edit page. Make sure you import this from our newly created component. Save it, and we should have a form right now. As you can see, we have a form, but then since we're editing a book, right, we need the information, the book information preloaded. So we want it to be inside here already. So how can we do that? We can do that by first creating the states of all the information we want. Secondly, using the ID to get the information and then updating that state. So let's do that. Let's do that in action. So back to our edit book form, we're going to put in all the states of what we want. We already have the cover information, so there's no need trying to get it back. So we'll just come in here and I'll paste the information. So we have the title states, the author states, the description states, and then the published year state. So these are the states which we are going to use to control the input. All right, so now the next we're going to do is to use and use effects to fetch the book. And how can we fetch a book? We're going to be fetching a book based on the ID. So we need an ID. We need to get the ID somehow from our parent component. And from our parent component, we can get the ID by passing the params. So since this is a client, this is a server component, we cannot use params. We are going to be using this instead. So params, this is going to be, params is going to have a, is going to be a promise. So it's going to have a type of promise which contains book ID and string. So promise, the promise is going to contain the book ID, which is going to be a type of what? String. Just like this. And then inside this edit book form, we can pass in the param. So book ID will be equals to what? Book ID. And we can come in here and say const book ID will be equal to await params. Just like this, and all the errors should be gone. So okay, why isn't await here? We should make this an asynchronous function. Yeah, so this should be working now. All right, so since we're having this error, it means that this book form does not recognize this book ID. So we'll have to go back into edit book form and then accept that book ID. So we have the book ID. This is going to be a type of string. So book ID is a type of string. Just like that. All right, since we have a way of getting our book ID now, the next thing is to create that use effects I'm talking about so that we can fetch the book based on the particular used based on the particular book ID. So under this, I can create the use effect. So use effect from React. Make sure you import that. Now inside the curly braces, we are going to create the function. So const fetch book function. Of course, it's going to be an async function. Now inside this function, we're going to check if there's a book ID. If there's no book ID, there's no point trying to fetch the information. So if there is no book ID, add in the exclamation mark, we're just going to return. Just like this. And then if there's a book ID, that means we have passed that if statement. We can have our try and catch block. And then in the try statement, you can say const response will be equal to what? Await Axios dot get, since we are getting the information, and then we pass in our URL, so /API/books and then /the book ID. We have done this before, so this should not look new to you. Forgot to import Axios, so let's import Axios. Now the next thing is what? Const data will be equals to what? res.data, just like that. And remember that this data, this res is meant to be res.data.book, but then I can just come in here and say const, sorry, we want to keep everything separated, so I can come in here and say const book will be equals to the data.book. Or let's check how that was created. Let's go back to our API, book ID and route. So this was where we get the book. So yeah, we return book. So I'm not really that sure, so I can just come in here and say either data.book or just ordinary book, or ordinary data rather. Yeah, so this should have the effect of any of them will work. Yeah, so then the next we're going to do, we're going to set all the information that is in the states. I don't really have time to be typing it one by one. Yeah, so set the title to be book.title, the author to be book.author, genre book.genre, description, and the published year. And then if there is a book cover, we're going to set the cover preview to that particular book cover, that is book.cover. And if there's an error, we're just going to console.log the error, just like that. And finally, under this div, under this curly braces, we can call fetch book, just like that. And then this depends on, sorry, this depends on what? The book ID. So anytime the book ID changes, we want this to run. And Control S. Now, even if we go back to our component, let me refresh, sorry. Even if we go back to our components, we're not going to see the information, only the cover image and yeah, the genre. We're not going to see these other ones. That is because we haven't updated our input to use that value. So for that, we'll go into the input title. We're going to say the value should be equal to our, let me just copy and paste that so that I won't be making mistakes. So we'll paste that value. And also, as we are pasting the value of the title, we're also going to be adding the onChange function so that we can change that particular state of the value. All right, so for that, I'm going to add this onChange function so that anytime the title changes, it sets the state to that particular new value. So we're going to do the same thing for the author. So we'll go under the author input under the class name and paste this. Give it, yeah, that one. And then the cover image, I think that should be okay. Yeah. That should be okay. The genre should be okay as well. The next one is the description. We're going to be adding the value and the onChange function to the description. And the final one is the published year. And yeah, so if I save, this should now pop up. The, as you can see, yeah, we have the title pop up, the author pop up, every single thing is being popped up right now. And the button, we can also change the button to update book instead of add book to library. So we can just come in here and say update book. And then if it is updating, you can come in here and say updating. Yeah, update book. And yeah, so I've gotten, like, let's say we've gotten 60% of this book function, of this book component, edit book component. The next thing we're going to work on is actually updating a book. So we have to create a new API for that, which is going to handle updating a book. Because in case you want to, I'm going to explain this cover part. So there's a dynamic concerning this cover part, but then yeah, so creating the API, that's what we're going to work on next. All right, before we start writing the code for the API to update a book, let's go back to the book details page. There was something I said we were meant to do that I forgot about. Not everybody is meant to see the edit and delete button. Yeah, not everybody is meant to see this, but currently in our application, if we go to book details, you will see that everybody is going to see this edit and delete button. There's actually no code that prevents some people to not see that button. All right, so we have to prevent this. Even though we're going to prevent it in our server side, in our API, it still makes sense for us to limit who sees this. So how is it going to be? So only the person who added the book will be able to edit or delete what he added. You understand? So for that, we are going to have three. We are going to have three things from Clerk. So we are going to have three things from Clerk. We are going to say this is going to be const is loaded. We are going to have is loaded. We are going to have is sign in. And then we're going to have the user itself. We're going to get all of this from the use user hook, which Clerk provide for us. All right, now that I've gotten these three things that we can use to know if a user is signed in or to get the particular user, now we can check if that user ID is equal to the added by ID. So that is what we can check to see if that is the user who posted the book. So we can wrap this in curly braces, and then we can come in here and say is loaded and the user is signed in, and there's already an added by dot ID. Yeah, and then there are a lot of ands, but then it's understandable. So and then the user ID dot ID is equal to the added by dot ID. Then we can show this component, else we just show null. Just like that. Yeah. So if another user right now cannot see this edit and delete button, only the particular user. So if I go into here, yeah, I can see the edit and delete button. You can just test it out and see how it works for you. All right, now let's go into creating the API route for updating a book. So we can go back into, or we can just close all these ones. We can go into app, go into API, go into book ID, and inside this route.ts where we get this particular one, since we need the book ID to update a particular book, that is why we are writing this update API inside this route.ts that is under this book ID with the square brackets. Now, all right, the next thing we're going to do is to, let's mark it first. So update book by ID. All right, so the next thing, since we're updating, we can either use put or patch, but I prefer to use patch because we already have a value already. I think put is when you don't have a value or so, but then I'm using patch. So export a sync function patch, and then we're going to have the request, which is going to be a type of request, and then we need the book ID, of course, because we're updating a particular book, so we need the ID. And you know how we get the ID? By using the param. So params is going to be a promise. Well, I've done this a lot of times, so you should understand this by now. Book ID of string. Just like this, and then we're going to have the function. Now we're going to have a try statement, try and catch block. Inside the try block, why am I having an error? Yeah, inside the try block, we're going to check if the user is authenticated or not. So I've done that before, so I'll just copy and paste it as well. Yeah, so we're going to get is authenticated from auth, which I've already gotten from. Okay, so we don't have this, so we can just import this from Clerk. Yeah, so import it from Clerk / Next.js / server. So if the user is not authenticated, we are going to return this response unauthorized. Now the next we're going to do is to await, is to connect to our database. So await connect to database, just like this. The next thing is to get the book ID. So we're going to get the book ID, just like this. So await const book ID is going to await params.book ID. We have done this plenty times as well. The next thing is to get the user. So we can come in here and get the user. So we need this user, current user. I'll get it from Clerk as well. Yeah. And then the form data. Since we're using form, we have done this in when we're adding a book. So I can show you when we added a book. So we have done all of this. So I can just copy this. And then we're going to paste it. All right, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to check if that book exists or not, because there's no point trying to update a book that does not exist. So we're going to come here and say const existing book. This will be equals to await book dot find by ID. Since we are finding a particular book, we have to find it by the ID. So let's import book. From model / book does find by ID, and then what we're going to pass is just the book ID, just like this. Now I've checked if the book is existing or not. And the next thing, the next we're going to do is to check. So if there's no book found, if there's no existing book, there's no point trying to like I said, there's no book trying to update a book that does not exist. So if it does not exist, we're just going to return a response of book not found, just like that. Next, we're going to verify that the user is the owner of the book. Like I said, in the book details page, you have to restrict who sees the edit and delete button. But then if there's a hacker trying to access our URL, we need to still defend that API from the backend. So you don't just say you have defended on the client. There are some bad people that can predict that particular URL, and once they get into that page, they can do whatever they like. So we have to prevent it here as well. So for that, you can verify the requester if he's the one who added the book or not. So you can just say const added by. This will be equal to existing book. I don't really want to define the type right now, so existing book, let's just give it as any, and then we can now say dot added by. So edit existing book dot added by, and then we're going to get the person who is requesting to edit that book. So requester ID this will be equal to what? User from Clerk. Remember that we've got this user, which is the current user that is currently signed in. So the user dot ID. All right, so now we have to check if the added by, if the person who added the book and who is requesting the book, if they are equal. So that is how we're going to determine if it is the owner or not. So for that, we're going to say let is owner will be equal to what? False for now. They are going to write some code which is going to change its owner to true if it is true. So we are going to come in here and say if requester ID and added by and added by. So if it exists, we are going to come in here and we're going to have added by ID. So we're going to get the added by ID. So const, and we can also make an example check as well, because remember that added by ID is an object. So we can just come in here and say and added by and the type of added by is an object. So we can, that is just an example check. So const added by ID, we're going to get the added by. Remember that added by is contains two keys, which is the first name and the ID. So we can just get added by ID. We just need the ID. This will be equals to what? Added by as any dot ID, just like this. Now the next we're going to check is if the added by ID is equal to the requester.id, that means that that person is the owner. All right, so we're going to just check if added by ID is equal to requester ID, then that is the owner. So I'm just going to come in here and say is owner will be equals to what? True. Just like this. Next, if the user is not the owner, we can write forbidden code or something like that. So we can just come in here and say so if the user is not the owner, we are going to write this forbidden. Only the user who added this book can update it. So I'm going to return this response. I don't know why my VS Code is taking time to load. This is meant to have shown by now. All right, let's just continue building. All right, so the next we're going to do is to build the update object from provided fields. So why we're going to do this is because we have to allow for partial updates. So for example, a user can decide to update only the title, or a user can decide to update only the author or decide to update only the genre or something like that. So we have to make sure that we allow for partial updates, which is why we're going to make sure we build the update object. So we're going to start with an empty object. So const update. For now, we're going to make this any. And now I know I'm using a lot of any, but then you can always go back and add the types. I don't really want to make this video so long. I didn't plan to make it too long. That is why I'm trying to minimize the way I do other stuff that you can do yourself. So I'm just giving you the high level explanation. So if title, if it exists, we're going to say what updates dot title should be equals to that title. I don't know if you understand. So first of all, we'll make update an empty object, and then if there's a title, we are going to say update the title. That means we are creating a title key inside the update object. So we're going to do the same for the rest. So if there's an author, update.author equals to author. If there's a genre, update.genre equals to genre. If there's a description, update.description equals to description. And then if published here is not undefined, then we can now come in here and say update.published here equals to published here. All right. Now we have to check if, because all these are just text, the one which has issue is the cover, which is always which has been why we have been treating cover separately, and we're going to treat it separately as well. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to check if this update has new cover, if it has a new cover. So for now, we're going to just say let's upload results. We're going to make it have a type of empty. I don't know what I'm spelling. Of any, sorry. So we're going to keep this here first, and now I have to check if we are trying to update, if it has a new cover. Since we're trying to update, if it has an old cover, there's no need trying to because what we want to do is that when a user tries to update a book, and then if it changes the cover, we have to delete that cover from our Cloudinary storage so that we don't fill our storage with deleted cover photos. So we are going to delete the cover image first, then replace it with the new one. I don't know if you understand. So when the user tries to, let me show you. So in case I try to, we have this The Hobbit stored in Cloudinary, right? Okay, so if I decide to change this file, it won't make sense leaving The Hobbit still in Cloudinary, except you are doing some data analysis or something like that. But in case you are a startup, it doesn't make sense keeping it. You are not using it for anything. You understand? So it's better you just delete it and then replace it with the updated one. So that's what we're trying to do. So we have to check if it has a new cover first. So if it has new cover, so how can we check? We can check by making sure that it is not null. So this is the code we use to check if it is not null. If it is not null, if it is not undefined, or if it's not an empty string, use it like that. And the type of the cover dot size equals to is a number. So cover dot size should be number. So cover, so shouldn't give it as any, because we don't know, there are a lot of things inside cover. So yeah, cover dot size, if it's equal to number, and then if the size is greater than 0, that is where we know that we have a new cover. So and cover as any again dot size is greater than 0. So this is how we're going to know that our updates API is collecting a new cover. So if the size is equals to 0, yeah. Now we're going to do some checks. So if truly it has a new cover, so if has new cover, if it has a new cover, we're going to say the cover file So const cover file will be equal to what? Cover, and then as a file, just like this. Now, if there's an existing cover uploaded to Cloudinary, we have to attempt to delete it first. So for that, we're going to need a try and catch block. Inside the try statement, we can say we can get the existing cover URL from our database. So const existing cover URL will be equals to what? Existing book as any for now dot what? Dot cover, just like this. So this is our existing cover URL. The next thing we're going to do is we're just going to perform this normal check. So if it exists, if there's an existing cover URL and then it is a type of string, but then we don't really need that. So if it's existing, what we're going to do is we're going to rip out the public ID. So when saving our book, so when we saved our book, we use this .secure URL, and the only way we can delete a book is by using the public ID. But then the public ID is inside our secure URL. I don't know how I'll quickly show that. So let this MongoDB load finish. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. All right, so this is my Cloudinary, and if you look at this, is our public cover photo. This is our cover URL. So let me quickly paste it inside here. All right, as you can see, this is the public ID we're looking for. So this is the ID we can use to delete a cover photo or any image in Cloudinary. So we need this ID. But then Cloudinary gives us the ID, but then we didn't save it because we can always get it from here. But if you don't want to go through the stress of extracting this, you can always save the public ID when saving the URL of the image. Okay, so now we have to work on a mission to get this particular ID from this URL. All right, so now let's work on that. So the first thing we're going to do is to get everything from every Cloudinary URL have this /upload marker here. So we can write a code that is going to get everything from here to here. All right, so that's how we're going to do it. Now the next thing is by saying const idx will be equal to what? The existing cover URL which is something like this. We can now say dot index of and then we can write this /upload. Okay, so this is the constant, something that's constant in Cloudinary. That is how I'm using it. All right, so I've gotten this index of /upload. So we can now come in here and say if idx is not equals to -1. So if it is not the last part, so if /upload is the last part, there's no point doing anything. So if, that's why we're not saying if it is not equals to the last part, which means that there are other things outside this /upload. So that is why we're using this -1, just for you to understand. The next we're going to do is to remove everything and get only this part. So we're going to remove everything and get only this part. So to do that, we will just come in here and say let public part, this should be equals to what? Existing cover URL dot substring, and then we are going to say idx plus /upload dot length. just like this. Now I've gotten the public part. The next thing we're going to do is to remove this version. So we can remove that using regex regular expressions. So let me just paste it here. So now I can just come in and say public part equals to public part does replace anything that has this v inside. So we have gotten this. So that means we've gotten our public part. The next thing that is remaining, so this is our id, this is our public id. We have gotten that as a public part. The remaining thing that is remaining is that disturbing us now is this file extension. So we need to find a way to remove that file extension. Now how can we do that? We can just come in here and say const last document should be equals to public part. What am I writing? Public part dot last index of, and then we're going to get the dot. So we're going to use this dot to remove this file extension. All right, so we're now going to say if that dot is not the last part, we can now get the public id, so the public part. So if this last dot is not the, if this dot is not the last part, which means that there's a file extension, we can come in here and remove the file extension. So right now I've gotten the last dot, sorry, not documents. So that is the last dot that we can get. I made a mistake. All right. Okay. So now that I've gotten our public ID, we can now come in here and say if public ID, if public part, then right now we cannot try deleting. So I will just copy and paste it. So we're going to come in here and say if there is the public part, which is our public ID, so we're going to destroy, this is the code we use to delete image. So cloudinary.uploader.destroy and then the public ID. Yeah, and then we can now console.log. We have deleted the previous public part, and if there's an error, we'll just see here failed to delete previous public parts. Yeah, so we have to make sure we import Cloudinary, and after deleting we have to add the new one. So after this one, there is this if statement, and then this one, which is this id, and then this. So inside this catch error, so we can just put in an error statement, which is error while attempting to remove previous cover. Now after I've tried removing the previous cover, we have to upload the next one. So we have done this before, so we can just come in here and say upload result equals to await. This is our helper function. Make sure you import that. Yeah, so import the helper function, add in your cover file and then your folder. So if it exists, if the secure URL exists, then we are going to say update.cover. Remember that this update is an empty object and that we are creating it just like these remaining ones. Update, 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 update. So we can say update.cover is equal to what? Upload result.secure URL. And then we can go away from these curly braces and say const updated book. This will be equal to what? Await book from our model dot find by id and what? Find by id and updates, just like that. And then what are we going to pass? We're going to pass in the book id, and then the what we want to update. So what do you want to update? We want to update that our update function, our update object rather. So let me put this to be error. And then we're going to say this is going to be new. Yeah, this should be capital B, sorry. So this is new, true. So this is going to be new. Yeah, I think there's no issue. My VS Code is just so slow. And after we've updated the book, we can now return a response with our updated book. So we can now return response.json. Our book will now be equal to our updated book. And then if anything goes wrong, we're going to console.log the error and return the response saying failed to update book. Yeah, so that is just the update API for updating a book. And the next thing we're going to do now is using this API to update a book. It's not that hard. We'll just go back into edit form, and inside the handle submit function, that is where we're going to call the API to update a book. All right, so now inside the handle submit function, first we're going to do is to get our E, of course, is equals to, is a type of React DMAS. React.form event. Yeah. All right. And then what we're going to do is to do what e.prevent default. Just like this. And immediately we set loading to true. So set is loading. Set it to true. Just like this. The next we're going to do is the same way we did for add form, add book form. Let's go and get it. All right. So this cover file. Yeah, so we can just get this one and paste it here. All right, the next we're going to do is a try and catch block. So just write a try catch statement. Inside the try statement, I can just say if there's no book ID, there is no point updating. So we'll just set this loading to false and return out of this handle submit function. So if there's no book ID, this is just an additional check. I'm not sure it's even possible to get to this point. So I'm just going to say set is loading. Set is loading. It's loading to false, stop loading, and then return out of this handle submit function. Just like that. But then if there's a book ID, we can now go in and say await Axios dot patch. Remember that we're using patch, and then we're going to use the dynamic this ternary, not ternary, this is the backticks here. So /API /books, and then we're going to use the dynamic ID, so the book dynamic book ID, and then we're going to pass in our form data to our API and our headers, which is going to be content of multi-part / form data. And when we're done, we can just come in here and say console.log book updated successfully. And then if there's any error, we're just going to console.log that error. And then finally, we're going to set its loading back to false. Just like that. And with this, let's test this out. So back to our app, let's say the Hobbit, and edit. Yeah, JK, so let's add an S. Let's change this cover to, Or you know what, let's work on this one by one. So let's check the text. Later we're going to check the cover image. So let's change this to romance, and let's add edit here, and let's click on update book. As you can see, updating. Let's check if it is going to work. So yeah, as you can see, book updated successfully, but we are still in the update page. So we can quickly change that. So after book updated successfully, we can use a router dot push here, and then push to the particular book page back. So we can say slash book slash then the dynamic book ID. But then we don't have router, so I can just come in here and I can add router here. So const router will be equals to what? Use router from next slash navigation. And yeah. So now let's go back to, this is having issues. Yeah. So as you can see, even though I refresh, this is using the edit and then the S, but let me change this back to the normal one. The Hobbit, let me remove the S, change this back to fiction, change this back to edit, and when I click on update book, it should update the book and take us back to the update to the book page. Yeah, as you can see, the edit is gone. And now let me show you what I mean when I was talking about deleting the cover photo. So let me enter Cloudinary. While it is loading, let me click on edit, and this should be loading as well. Now in Cloudinary, this is still loading. Let's just wait a while. All right, so now this is the Hobbit photo. In case I want to update this to another photo, let me use To Kill a Mockingbird. If I click on this, and now I have 5 different images, right? So now I want to change this The Hobbit to Kill a Mockingbird. Now it won't make sense, or it might make sense to some people though, people that have money to pay for premium Cloudinary. But if you are working on a startup and or your personal project, there's no point in filling your Cloudinary storage with images that are not being used by users. So if I click on update book, it is going to delete this The Hobbit and replace it with To Kill a Mockingbird. So if I go back here and click on refresh, I should see To Kill a Mockingbird. As you can see, there's no longer The Hobbit anymore, only To Kill a Mockingbird. So let me go back to edit this to The Hobbit photo. So choose file, The Hobbit, and you will notice that there still remain 5. They are not 6 because we are replacing the image, not actually adding to it. So if I refresh now, I will see The Hobbit as the current image. So The Hobbit, yeah, as you can see, it was being replaced, not added. Okay, the next we're going to work on is deleting a book. And to delete a book, we're going to go back to that API again, where we just finished patching, or where we finish updating, and we can close this. And yeah, deleting a book is easier than updating a book. Yeah. So yeah, we can just come in here and say delete book by ID. and we can say export. We're working on the API first. Export async function, delete, and then we can pass in the request, even though we might not use it, type of request, and then we're going to get the param like we did for the rest. So I'll just copy and paste it. So I've written it plenty times. Yeah. Now the next thing is to get the try and catch block. And then inside the try statement, I'm going to do exactly the same thing. We're going to check if the user, and so I can just come in here and copy from here to so I'll just copy from here to here for now. Copy from here to here, go into the delete place and paste it there. And then we're going to go back into this and we're going to get the from here existing book to here. Yes, to get to know the owner of the book. So yeah, just like this. And the next we're going to do is to attempt to delete the cover image if present. So I've done that before. I'm just going to copy and paste that. So like I said, it's going to be simpler since we have already worked on it before. So I've done it before, existing cover URL, the IDX, get the public part, and then you delete the image. Since you are deleting the entire book, so it makes sense to delete the image, sorry, to delete the image as well. Then finally, we're going to find the book and delete it by the ID. So as you can see, await book dot find by ID and delete, and then you pass in the book ID. If any error occurs, we'll console or log the error and return the response. And with that, you are done with your delete book API. As you can see, since we have done a lot of this, there's no need coming back to explain it. This is just the thing that matters here. This book.find by ID and delete, and then deleting the public part. So we already know, I've already talked about that already. So the next thing is to use this API not in edit book form, rather in the book details page. Yeah, so we're going to be using this handle delete function. We're going to create a handle delete function which we're going to use to call the delete API. All right, so let's go to the up, and under this format this, you can come in here and say const handle delete. This is going to be an async function, of course. And then a try and catch block. And then inside the try statement, you can just come in here and say set, you can have a deleting state. So let's create a deleting state at the top. So under this one, you can have a deleting state. So set is deleting, and then we're going to import use state from React. And then we're going to set is deleting to true. And then we're going to delete that particular image, that particular book, not image. So just like this. So await set deleting to true, await Axios dot delete API books, and then passing the book ID, just like that. Import Axios from Axios, and then we can console.log book deleted successfully, console.log, book deleted successfully, and then we have to go back to either the home page or the explore page, but I'm going to go back to the explore page. We don't have router, so we can come in here and get router. So const router will be equals to what? Use router from next/navigation, just like this. And if there's any error, we are going to console.log the error, and finally set deleting to false. Set is deleting. To false. Sorry. Yeah, just like that. And now we can use this handle delete function in our delete button. So we can go into our delete button. Where's the button? Where's the button? Yeah, this one. And then we can add the onClick function inside the button and call our handle delete. So as simple as this, we have already called the handle delete function. Now we have to change this a little bit. If it is deleting, we're going to put a loading spinner, since we have the deleting state to indicate that the book is currently being deleted. So that is why we have to add this is deleting. Yeah, so if it is deleting, we're going to add this loader to icon with an animate spin and a red text as well with, and then if it is not deleting, we have our normal trash icon. All right, so let me delete the hobbit. So if I click on delete, you have that loader and it will take us to the explore page once done. And we have an issue, so let's see what the issue is. So request failed. All right, so where is the problem coming from? Ctrl J. Let's go back to our API. Let's see where is the problem. Let me refresh. I don't know what the problem is, to be honest. Give me an issue directly. Like, why? What is happening? Okay, so that book doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, it doesn't exist anymore. So actually it deleted, but then it didn't take us back to the explore page. So let's go back to the feed. Let's go back to explore rather. And as you can see, we have 4 books. But let me try deleting the catcher in the rye. Let's see what happens. So I should be taken back to the explore page, but then it is taking time, which was why it's had problem. So let me monitor that. So look at this. Await deletes, console.log, push back to explore. This should work. And after deleting, we still had issue, even though it deleted. All right, so I think the problem is because we are actually not returning a response. Let's check. Oh shit. We're meant to return a response. Yeah, we have always done that. I don't know why I did that mistake now. So we can just come in here and say return. return response dot JSON, and then we can just put in a message like something like book deleted or something like that, and we can just add a status for putting sake. I didn't say that. All right, so after adding this response, I think it should work right now. All right, so let's go back to explore. Let's refresh. And come on, I've deleted 2 books already. How many books did you want? All right, so which book will I delete? I cannot delete Pride and Prejudice. Okay, I'm going to delete this Great Gatsby or something. Okay, so moment of truth. Let's see. It loads, it loads, it loads, it loads. It should take out. It's worked. Perfect. Perfect. All right, all right, all right, all right. What's the next thing? Okay, we'll be able to edit a book. We'll be able to delete a book. The next thing is to add book to my library. Yeah. So the next we're going to work on is adding a book to my library. And since we're adding a book to our library, which means that it's going to need a new model, we're going to go into our models, into where we have models, and we're going to create a new file. We're going to call it, we can close everything here, close all, go into models, sorry. We're going to create a new file. We're going to call it library.ts. And then this library, first we're going to do is to import mongoose from mongoose. And then just like we did for the book one, we're going to create a library schema. So const library schema, library schema. This is going to be equal to what? New mongoose dot schema, and then we're going to get the user ID. So since the library requires a particular user and then a book, we don't really need to start creating everything, writing all the schema from scratch. We will just have a reference. So we'll have the user ID, and then for the books, we're going to have an array of references. So for the user ID, let's continue building. For the user ID, we're going to have a type of string as usual, and then it should be required to, and then of course it should be unique as well, so unique true as well. Now the next one is an array of books, so we can just come in here and say books. Books is going to be an array and then the type is going to be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID. So we're going to be storing the IDs of the books, and then this is going to be a reference to what? Our model book. Now that we have this, the next we're going to say is const library will be equal to what? Mongoose dot models dot library, or mongoose dot model, and then passing the string library and then the library schema. And then final export default library. Just like this, now we have our model. The next thing is to create the API for saving a library or add to library API. So we're going to go into our app, into API, and then we're going to close the books. Now inside this API, we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call it library. And then inside the library, we're going to create a file route.ts. Sorry, route.ts. Yeah. In this page, we're going to have 3 APIs which we're going to use to add a book to our library, get the book from our library, and then remove a book from our library. So the first one is adding a book to our library. This one is pretty straightforward, and we are going to see how easy it's going to be. So first we're going to do is what? Export async function posts, since we're adding a book to the library. So requests, type of what? Requests, and then just like this, put in your try catch block. Now inside the try statement, we can check if a user is authenticated or not. We already have that, so I can just copy and paste. So if a user is authenticated or not, we are going to import this auth from Clerk. And then the next we are going to do is connect to our database. So await connect to database, just like this. The next we are going to do is to get our user, our currently user. So const user will be equal to what? Await current user. Import it from Clerk as well. The next thing, we're going to be getting the book ID from our body. So we need the book ID for us to be able to save a book to our database. So we need the book ID. So to get the book ID, we're going to be sending the book ID from the body. So const body, this will be equal to await request.json. Now, after I've gotten the body, the next thing is to extract the book ID from the body. So const book ID, this will be equal to what? Body. Just like this. The next I'm going to say is if they did not provide us with any book ID. So if we did not send any book ID from the front end, we are going to return a response that says missing book ID, just like that. No, sorry, not body ID, book ID. Yeah. Now if there's a book ID, we can go away from this if statement, and then we're going to say const book will be equals to what? Await book dot find by ID, and then we're going to pass in what? The book ID. Now remember to import the book from your model. Just like that. So in case the user passed a wrong book ID, we're still going to perform a check again. So if no book, we're going to return. So if no book, we're going to return a response saying book not found. Yeah, so return response of this JSON error, book not found, and a status of 404. Now the next we're going to do is to find a library if it exists. So the way we're going to find the library, we're going to be finding a library based on the user ID. So each user has a library. So we're going to find the library based on the user ID. As you can see, we have the library, we have the user ID. So we have to check if there's a library with that particular user ID. So let library be equals to await library dot find one, and then the user ID, which will be what we're looking for. We're using this user from Clerk dot what ID, just like that. Now, if there is no library, all right, so if there is no particular, that means that user does not have any library, which means that we have to create a library for that user. So if there's no library, we'll come in here and create a library for the user. So library will be equals to what? Await library dot create, and then we're going to pass in the user ID. This should be equals to what? The user from Clerk.id, and then we're going to pass the books. The books, of course, is going to be an array of the book ID. Yeah, just like that. And then we're going to return the response that we have added the book successfully. Just like that. Now, if the library exists, we have to check if the book already exists inside that library. So I don't know, this is getting issues. Oh shit, we imported the library from Lucid React. I'll be avoiding this thing since, so make sure you import it from your model. Load. So yeah, import it from the model. Yeah, /model/library. Yeah. Now, since the library exists, if the library exists, we have to check if the book is already in library. So we'll just say const already. We can just leave that already. Will be equal to what? Library dot books dot sum, and then we can say the book will be any, and b dot to string if it's equal to the book dot id dot to string. So this checks if the book ID is already in books. First of all, let me disable the ESLint for this. All right, so what this does is that it checks if this book ID is in this array of books. So basically, library.books is an array of object IDs, and then book.id is one of the object ID of a book we are trying to check for. Now, what does this .sum do? The .sum, it runs a callback on each item in the array. Then it returns true if at least one element makes the callback return true, and then it returns false otherwise. So basically, it just checks if B is in library of books. It converts B into a string, and then it converts book.id into a string as well. Then check if they match. Yeah. So now that we have know if the book is already present, we can now come in here and say if already in books. We don't want to re-add inside our library, so we can just return a message saying already added in library. Yeah, so as you can see, I just return a response success true added false with a message already in library. Yeah, just like that. And then if it passes all these checks, which means that the book is not in our library, we can then push it to our array of books. And what is our array of books? Library.books. And how do we push in JavaScript? We use the .push method, and we add in the book ID. And then we are going to save it to our MongoDB. So we'll just say await library.save. Just like this. And finally, we return our response. So just return back the library. And if there's any error like we've been doing, just console log the error and return the response. Yeah, just like that. Now that we've gotten this post API, the next we're going to do is to connect it to our front end. Now, if we go back to our code, our app, you will see that we need to access this button. And where is this component located? This component is located in the book details page. So we can go into components, into book details, and there we'll see our add to library button. Yeah, so this is it. This is our add to library button. Now we are going to create a function which we are going to use to add a book to our library. So we can go right under this handle delete, and then we can create a new function, const handle add to library. Yeah, just like that. This is going to be an async function. So first we're going to check if the book ID is available. So if no book ID, sorry. So if there's no ID, we can console.log missing book ID. And then we're going to return out of the function because there's no need to continue this function. Now, after this check, the next thing we're going to do is to have a try and catch block. Now, if in the try statement, we're going to have a state which is going to check if we are adding a book or not. Let me close all this. Yeah. So we're going to have a state which we are going to use to check if we're adding a book or not. So this is the state. So it's adding and set is adding. Now in the try statement, the first we're going to do is to set is adding to true. And then the next thing is to post the book to our library. So I'm going to say const response will be equals to await Axios dot post, and then we're going to pass in our API URL, API/library, and of course we're going to pass in the book ID. The book ID is going to be this ID, just like that. And yeah, so we can just console.log the response. And if there's any error, we can just console.log the error as well, failed to. And finally, we're going to set is adding to false. Finally, set is adding to false. So just like this, you can go into the add to my library button, and then inside here we can say on click, we'll just pass in the handle add to library, and then we can use a state. So if it is adding, we're going to show the loader, else we're going to show the normal this add to my library button. So let me just paste that. Yeah, so if it is adding, we're going to show this loading icon. If it is not added, we're going to show this normal one which we had here since. So let's check what we've got. So add to my library, you can see this loading stuff here. Let's check if it's going to add. We had an issue. Yeah, so let's check where the problem is coming from. I don't know where that problem is coming from. So let's inspect. Let's see if we got a response or not. Okay, so the server responded with a status of 401, so which means that we are not signed in. Yeah, we are not signed in, so we cannot add to my library. Remember that we had it in our routes.cs. So if I authenticated, that is the only when we can add to a library. So we have to sign in. Let me sign in again, and I'm going to show you what happened next. But then it would be nice if we have a toast notification to alert the user that they are not signed in. So just take that as an assignment and make sure you work on that, because when you work on things by yourself, that is how you are going to learn more. All right, so now we can click on add to my library and let's see if this is going to, yeah. So it has finished loading, and if I go into our MongoDB database, let's check what will be inside here. Yeah, as you can see, we have a new field here, a new collection called libraries. And if we click on it, you can see we have one book in our library. We have the user ID, which is the user which who added the book to his library, to his or her library. And then we have the ID of the particular book which the user added to the library. Now, since we have gotten this, the next thing we're going to do is to change this button dynamically. So you have to check if it's already in the library. You don't want to be showing add to my library anymore if it is in the library. Instead, we are going to be showing remove from library, and we will be able to toggle between adding and removing. So that is what we're going to work on next. All right, so that feature is going to include two steps. First, we have to check the library if the book is inside there. We have to check the library, so which means we have to have a state that is going to be checking if the library is there or not. So we need to have a loading state for checking the library, and then we have to have a state to know if the library is there or not. So I'm going to create that state now. Go back to our VS Code or a code editor, and then we're going to create that state. All right, so we have the two states, is in library and is checking library. So this will check first, it will check our library first, and then this is going to check if that particular book is in the library. All right, what we're going to do is a use effect. Yeah, so we're going to do a use effect under this handle add to library. We can close this. And then we have a use effect. Make sure you import it from React. Use effects. Now inside the use effect, we're going to check if we're already mounted. So we're going to say let mounted be equals to true at first, and then we're going to say const check library. So we're going to check our library. This is going to be an async function as always. Now we're going to check if there's no ID. So if there's no book ID, if no book ID, and then if mounted is true, and you know that mounted is already true from beginning, so this is just saying like if true, which of course will be true. So if mounted is true, we're going to do what? We're going to set checking library to false. Set is checking library. We're going to set it to false. And then we're going to return this if statement. So we're going to stop the if statement. Yeah. So basically, this is just to return out of this check library function. Since there's no library, since there's no book ID, there's no point for performing anything to check the library anymore. So I'm just going to set checking library to false and then return out of this function. Yeah, so under this if statement, we can continue writing code. So we can put a try here. So try statement, try and catch block. Now in the try statement, we are going to set checking library to true again, since we are beginning to check the library again. So set it back to true. Now after setting is checking library to true, we're going to come in and say const response. It will be equals to, now we have to get the library. Now of course we do not have let's just continue with, I'm going to explain what I'm talking about now. Axios dot get. Now we don't have the API to get the books that are inside the library, so we have to go into our library route.ts to create a get request to get the books inside our library. So back into our library API, we can close this post, and then the next we're going to work on is the get request. So we're going to say export async function get, just like this, and then inside the get function, try and catch as usual. Now inside the try statement, we're going to get we're going to check if we're authenticated or not, the same way we've always been doing. So if not authenticated, we're going to return the response of unauthorized. The next we're going to do is to connect to our database as usual. After connecting to our database, we're going to get our current user, because we have to use that user information to get what is in our library. So the next we're going to do is to get our library, and we can query our library by using the user info, because if you go into our MongoDB, you can see that we have this user ID inside our library. So we can query the user information, the library information, by using the user information. So for that, we can just come in and say const library. This will be equal to await library dot find one. And then we're going to pass in the user ID. User ID will be equal to this, our current user from Clerk dot ID. And then we're going to set the books to be an empty array. We don't want to query using the books. We're just querying using the user ID. Now that we've gotten this library, remember that our library consists of only books IDs and not the book itself. So we need to find a way to get the book from this book ID. Now, luckily, MongoDB allows us to use the .populate method to get the book from the book ID. So we're going to come here and say .populate, and then we're going to pass in what we want to populate, which is the books. Just like this. Now we'll have a library full of the user ID and then the books. The next we're going to do is to return a response with our library, the user ID, and then every single thing. So let me add the arrow. So return the response, and the library will be equals to this our library, or the user ID, and then if the books is empty, we're going to get the empty books, just like that. And then if there's any error, we can just come in here and say library gets error and return a response. So failed to fetch library, just like that. Now we are done with this get request. As you can see, it's pretty simple. Check if we're authenticated, get the current user, check the library of that current user, because you don't want the library of other users, just the current user, and then return the library. If there's any error, console.log the error. Very easy and very straightforward. We can close this, and then now back into book details, we can use the API now. So /API /library, just like this. And then now we can get books. So we can come in here and say const books will be equal to res.data.library .books, just like that. And then if it is empty, or an empty array, just like that. Now the next we're going to do is that we're going to find the book which is this particular ID. So now this library.books now is getting all the books that is in our library, but then we want to check for this particular book. So how are we going to do that? We are going to use that sum method again to check if there is a book, if this particular book is in our library. So we're going to say const found. This will be equal to the books.sum, and then of course we're going to get the B. This will type of book. This is a type of book. All right, so if there's no book, if there is no book, we're going to just return false. So there's no point going forward. We'll just return false. And then if type of the book is string, we're going to return true if the book is equal to the book ID. So we'll just come in here and say if type of B is equal to string, we're going to do what? We're going to return B equal to ID. All right, so let me close this. All right, so now B consists of any particular one of the books. So if B is string, we're going to return true if B is equal to ID, false if B is not equal to ID. I don't know why it's getting this error. Okay, so yeah, that should be it. All right, so the next we're going to do is if b.id. So we're going to come in and say if b.id, we're going to return the same thing, true or false, depending on if the book.id is equal to the ID. So return b.id will be equal if it is equal to the particular ID, just like this. Else we're going to return false, just like this. So this should be true if this book ID is equal to this particular ID. All right, now we're still going to use that if mounted. So we're going to check if we are still mounted. So if mounted, we're going to come in here and do what? Set is in library. So I have to check set is in library to found. So found is a boolean. Found is a boolean. As you can see here, we have to check if this book.id is equal to this id. So if it is equal to that, it's going to return true. So which means that we're going to set is in library to true. But then if it is false, we're going to set is library to false. So found is a boolean. Just make note of that. Now if there's any error, we're just going to console.log the error and say fail to check library error. And finally, we're going to set is checking library to false. Finally, we're going to set is checking library to false depending on if we're mounted or not. Now the next thing we're going to do is to call check library, just like that, and then we're going to return a function that sets mounted to false, just like that. And then this entire use effect function, use effect method, or use effect hook is going to depend on the book ID. So with this, we are done with this use effect. The next we're going to do is that we're going to use the states. So this is is in library and is checking library. We're going to use the state to make some changes on this button. All right, so first we're going to do is to check if what is in library. So if it is loading, we're going to wrap all of these in curly braces, and then we're going to say is checking library. So if we're checking library, we want to display the loading state. So it's checking library. Is it checking library? If it's checking library, show the loading button. Else, so this is the loading button. Else, we're going to now check if it is in library or not to show either add to my library or remove from library. So else check is in library. Is in library. So if we're in library, we're going to display the button that we're going to use to. So let me just duplicate this button. Sorry, let me duplicate this is adding button. Where is it? This one, this one, this one. This should be it. So I'll just add it here. It's in library, showcase this, else showcase this. This has become very complex, and so it's checking library. Let me clean this up. It's checking library, show this. Now this is the function. And then is in library, show this. Let me wrap this in, return this. Then else show this particular one. So I think I've cleaned that. So if you are checking library, we're going to show this loading state. Then we're going to check now is in library, show. We're going to change this to remove from library. And else, if it is not in library, show add to my library. Just that simple thing. And now if we check, we can see this loading state. and it is still checking the library. So let me refresh and let's see what happens. So you can see that loading state, and we have an issue with this. Why are we getting an error? Let me inspect. We are signed out again. No, wasn't signed in. Come on. We are signed in. So why is it telling me unauthorized? Whew. So that's one thing about this channel. We're going to show you the error, our mistake, and every single thing. So we didn't get that particular error anymore. Let's go in, and this should show remove from library since it is in our library. I don't know why it's still showing add to my library. All right, so let me console.log if it is in library or not. So console.log is in library. Then we can just pass in this state is in library. So is in library is false. I don't know why it is false, but then we have this object ID. The book ID here is A907 and A907, which means that it is in library truly. I don't know why it is showing is in library false. Let's go and debug more. So now in this use effects, check if mounted. So we're checking the library set is checking library to false. And let's see, is in library is false initially, but then if mounted set is found, it will be equal to book.sum, and then we have the books. It's going to check if there's no book, it returns false. If type of b is string, it returns b will be equals to the id, and then if b.id return the b.id equals to id, return false, set like to all right. Let me get rid of this one. And then let me console.log found. Yeah, so my channel is going to show you how we debug in real world. Found, and then I'm going to display found. Let me refresh again. So found is still false. I don't know why is found false. Are we actually even getting any books? Let me console.log the books. I don't know what is happening right now. Console.log books and then books. Let's see where the problem is coming from. Let me save this one. I'll return in library. While returning library, and in here we're getting the library res.data .library .books. Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's refresh again. Okay, so this is where the problem is. We're not even getting the book at all. So books is an empty array. So if I click add to my library, what happens? So it says already in library, which means that, yeah, truly is already in library, but then books is empty. So what is happening? Let's return the response. So Axios.get API/library. So console.log response res. Let's refresh again. Yeah, so we got something in the response.data.library, but then the books is empty. What is happening? 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 What is all right, so yeah, we got a response, we got the user ID, but then we got the book as 0. But right here in our MongoDB, we have the book as an array of 1 item. So where the problem should be in our routes, yeah, it is not in the front end. The problem is in here. So let's check. So we check if we're authenticated. There's no issue with this one. And then we connect to our database. That one works because we're able to receive something. And then we get our current user. The next thing we do is to const library equals to await library.find1, and then we pass in the user ID. And then okay, this was where we got it wrong. When we passed the book as empty, we're just meant to get only the every single thing minus the, we're not meant to add our book's ID, so we're just requesting for the use ID. We used our hand to set the book to an empty object, but that is very, very wrong. So for that, I think we're being punished for that. So let me refresh and we should be okay. Yeah. So we have gotten our book, and as you can see now, we have this button, remove from library. We can go and style that and add other functionalities to actually remove it from library. But first, let's style it. Where is remove from? Yeah, so remove from library. This should be a button just like add to library. So we're going to copy this and then go inside here, add it, cut this. It should be inside. Yeah, it should be inside. It should be inside this fragment. Now let's check. Perfect. All right. The next we're going to do is to write a function. We're going to write an API and a function to handle delete, because right now we are having handle add to library. We can get rid of that for now. And the next we're going to do is to go back to our route, and then we're going to create an API which we're going to use to delete a book or remove a book from the library. All right, now let's work on that. So first we're going to do, of course, is export async function delete, and then request is going to be a type of request. Now we have a try and catch block. We're going to have a try. I don't know why this try and catch have not been working throughout this video. I don't know what is happening. So we'll have a try and catch error. We're going to pass in the error. And then in the try statement, we're going to check if we're authenticated like we've always been doing. And then the next we're going to do is to connect to our database. Connect to our database. The next thing is to get our current user. So because not everybody should be able to remove from the library, we need to get that particular user. So current user equals to await current user. Just like that. Now we need the book ID. We are going to pass the book ID from the body. So we're going to say const body will be equals to what? Await request.json. Just like this. And then the next we're going to extract the book ID from the body. So we're going to say const book ID. This will be equal to what? The body. Just like this. Now we're going to say if no book ID, we're going to return a response saying missing book ID. So if no book ID, return a response saying missing book ID. The next we're going to do is to find the library based on that particular user ID like we did before. So const library, this will be equal to what? Await library dot find one, and then we're going to pass in the user ID, user dot ID, just like this. And don't add book as empty, please. And then we're going to check if there's a library with that particular user ID. If there's no particular ID, there's no library with that particular user ID, then we're going to return library not found, just like that. Now we have to check the library before count and then the library after count. So first thing we're going to do is get the library amount before count. So const before count, this will be equal to what? Library dot books dot length. We're going to get the library before we count, and then we're going to filter the library. We're going to remove everything. We're going to remove that particular book ID. So for that, we're going to say library dot books will now be equal to what? Like I said, we are going to be using filter, so it will be equal to library dot books dot filter, and then this will have the book. We're going to keep it as any, and we're going to say the book dot to string. We're going to get every single one except the one that is passed in our book ID. So the book ID dot to string. Yeah, so this is how you filter. This is how you remove the ones that you don't want. And then we're going to get the after count. So we're going to say const after count will now be equal to what? Library.book. Well, we can just copy this one. So before count, the number of books, and then we're going to filter that particular book ID, which we get from our book ID, from our body, and then we're going to filter it out. Then we're going to count the book afterwards. So we can now check if the book ID dot length is equal to the, if the before count is equal to the after count. What does that mean? It means that we did not actually filter any book. So we can know that by, we can now tell the user that that book is not in our library. So that's how we can check. We can now come in here and say if the after count is equal to the before count, which means that this filter option, this part did not work. So that means the book ID is not in our library. So we are very sure of that. And then we can save our library to our database and then return the response that we have removed it and return the library back. The next thing, if there's an error, we are going to console.log and return a response saying that failed to remove the book from the library or something like that. Yeah, so with this, we are done with this component. We are done with this component. And we can go back to our book details page. And then we are going to create the function to handle delete from library. All right, so let's go on top, close this use effect. We can get rid of this console.log. The next we're going to do is create a function. We can say const handle remove from library. This is going to be an async function, of course. And then the first thing we're going to do is check if there is actually a book ID. So if there is no book ID, we'll just console, or we can just return. You can put a message. I meant to use a toast notification actually, but I forgot to put that in the beginning of the video, so you can just add that yourself. It's very simple. Just go to Shadcn, install Sonar and the rest. So this try, we're going to use a try and catch. In the try statement, we're going to have a state which we're going to use to check if we're deleting or not. So we're going to say if const is removing and set is removing to be false initially, but then inside the try statement we're going to set is removing to true, just like that. And then we're going to get our response. We're going to delete our book. So const response will be equal to what? Await Axios dot delete. And then we're going to pass in our API URL /API/library. And we're going to pass in the body. So the body is what? Since we're using Axios, we're going to be using data, and then we're going to pass in the book ID. So book ID will be equal to ID, which we got from our parent component. Now that I've gotten this response, the next thing we can actually do is to set is in library to false, since it is now a library, so that it is going to show immediately. So we can come here and say if res.data.removed if it is true, because remember that inside our route.ts we return the response saying removed is true. So if it is true, You can now come in here and set is in library to false because we have removed it from our library. All right. Then finally, we're going to set in the catch statement, we're going to say failed to remove from the library. And then finally, we're going to set its removing to true, to false, because we are done removing. And then back to our button, you can come in here and say handle remove from library, just like that. And now we have to use our state, so we can, inside our state, we're going to say disabled to be is removing. And then if it is removing, we're going to show a loader, else we're going to show this our normal book stuff. So I've done this before, this is not new. And then it's going to be book minus instead of book plus. So make sure you import that from Lucid React. And I think we are done with this component, like we're fully done. Let's go back and let's see what we've got. All right, as you can see, this is now our book library. If we go into MongoDB, you can see this library here. Now, if I click on remove book from library, you can see it changed back to add to my library. And if I go to MongoDB and I refresh, that particular data should be gone. Wow, it's still okay. Yeah. The library is there, but the book is gone. As you can see, we have an array of empty. But then if I click add to my library again, you see we have an array of 1 with the book ID. So I have an issue. I don't know what the problem is. What's the problem? Why are we having problem adding to library? Internal error, fail to add to library. Axios error. Let's see. What's the problem? What's the response? Error, failed to add to library. So this is an error in the server. Yeah, I think this problem can be solved by just refreshing it actually. I don't know. I don't see any issue with this code. If I refresh and add to my library, it still got an error, like for real. Why? Come on. Whew. I thought we've passed this already. Come on. Cannot read undefined reading push. So if I go into my routes, let's see where the problem is coming from. If I close the deletes, go back into posts, now it is saying that the ID is undefined. So the book ID is undefined, but then we are passing the book ID from the body, so then it is not undefined. All right, I don't know. And then this blocks it, of course, this blocks it. So why is it now saying undefined reading push? So basically it is not there, but then we have to push book.id. But then we are checking here book.id. So what is the problem? What is the problem? Oh. All right, so I've discovered the error, and yeah, the error is here. So this is a typo. It's meant to be books, not book. And we can fix this by using TypeScript. Probably in my next video, we are going to be using a lot of TypeScript, because as you can see in this one, I'm using a lot of any. That was how we got that error. We're not actually using the main power of TypeScript. So in my next video, expect more TypeScript specific code. So we would have gotten away with this error if we had used TypeScript mainly. So if I save this and go back to my app and refresh, now you should be able to add to the library. As you can see, it add to the library, and if I refresh, as you can see, we have the array of 1, but then it is still showing add to my library. But if I refresh, it's going to show added, remove from library. Let's check. Yeah, as you can see, remove from library. So how can we fix that stuff showing added to library? And I mean, how can we fix that stuff that we have to refresh before it shows remove from library? Now you can fix that by going to book details again, and then going to handle add to library, and then after adding to my library, we can check if we have successfully added by using this code. If res.added res.data added. So if it is true, we can come in here and just say set is in library, we are going to set it immediately to true. Now if I save, and the next we are going to do is to test. So back in here, we can remove from library, and if I refresh, you can see the array is empty. Come in here, add to library is meant to show remove from library. Yeah, perfect. So this is working perfectly. The next thing we're going to do now is inside this library page, we have to showcase the books that are in the library. So if I click on this right now, we are going to get a 404 error because the library page is not even built. We haven't built the page yet, so we'll have to build that page in the next part. Alright, to create this page, we already know how to create a page in Next.js. We can close all of this, and then inside the app folder, let me make this big a little bit. We're going to create a new folder. We're going to call it library. And then inside the library, we're going to create a page, call it page.csx. Just like that, and then array fce to create a component. So library page, save, and then when we go back in here and let it finish compiling, we should not have a 404 anymore. Let's just wait a little bit. Yeah, as you can see, we have the library page. All right, inside this page, we can get rid of this library page. We can close this, and then first off, we're going to have a h2 tag, which we're going to say my library. I can just paste that. I don't really want to waste much time in this page. In this div, which contains all of them, we can give this a class name of padding in the y direction of 5, padding in the x direction of 4 or 5 as well, and then a minimum height of screen. I can just paste it there. Yeah, padding in the y direction 5, padding in the x direction 5 as well, and minimum height of screen. Now once I save this, as you can see, we have this beautiful heading text there. The next we're going to have is a p tag, which is going to contain a text to describe the library. So this is a personal collection of the books you've saved, and as you can see, normal text and the text color and other ones. Now if we save this and go back, you see this particular small text there. All right, so after this one, the next thing we are going to do is to get the books and display the books using our book card component. So we have to get the book. First thing we'll do is to set our states. So we're going to have two states for now. Initially, we're going to have two states, the book state and then our loading state like we've always had. And then we'll make sure you import use state. And remember, if you're using use states, we need to make this a client component, so we can go to the top of the page and then mark it as a client component by using the use client directive. Now that we've gotten the book state and then the loading state, the next thing we have to do is to use a use effect to fetch the book from our database. And we can do that by writing the code for that. Yeah, so this is a use effect. All right, so inside the use effect, what we're going to do, just like we did before, is to check if we're mounted or not. So first we're going to make the mounted to be true, and at the very last we're going to make it false, but initially let's set it to true. And we're going to create a function. We're going to call it const fetch library, and this is going to be an async function, of course. And then inside the function, we're going to set loading to true. And then the next we're going to do is to have our try and catch block. And then in the try statement, you can get our response. So const response would be equal to what? Await Axios dot get, and then we'll pass in our API URL slash API slash what? Library. So let me spell this way, dot get, and then make sure you import Axios from Axios. All right, now we're going to get our library. So const library will be equal to what? Res dot data dot library, just like this. And then we're going to get our items, which is our library books. So we can come in here and say const items. This will be equal to what? Library dot books. Or if it's not present, we can default it to an empty array, just like that. And then we're going to check if it is mounted before setting the book to our items. So we'll just come in and say if mounted, we're going to return we're going to just set the items. We're not returning anything. We'll just set books to an array, to items. I wanted it to be an array of items, but items is already an array, so there's no point using an array anymore. So if mounted, set the books to the items. Now if there's any error, the next we're going to do is console.log the error. You can just paste that in here, change this to error, and then if mounted, so if already mounted, since we have already mounted, we'll just set the books to an empty array. And then finally, if mounted, we're going to set loading back to false. Yeah, just like that. And outside of this component, we're going to call our fetch library function, and also we're going to change the is mounted from here. We're going to return a function that sets mounted to be equal to what? False, just like that. I know a lot of you might be asking, why are we using this mounted, or why are we using this mounted to be true and every time if mounted, if mounted, if mounted, if mounted. And I realized that I didn't explain it in the last one when we're using if this mounted stuff, but now let me explain it for you clearly. All right, so let me explain. So this let's mounted to be true is when the effect runs. So what this does is that it indicates that this component is currently alive or the component is active. Now, when we call our function fetch library, now this is an async function, and async functions does not it does not happen immediately. Like, it doesn't just call itself immediately. Async and that's why we're using await. It takes time. It might take maybe like 300 milliseconds or 2 seconds or even more than that if you have a large API request or something like that. So an async function takes time. So we have to have this mounted here. So the while the request is still in progress, so while it might still be requesting, the user might navigate away from the component or might try to unmount for many reasons. So when the React unmount component, the use effect is going to run this one, this return mounted to be false, which means that we are done with this use effect. And if we are done, we are not going to be able to change the state anymore. All right. So why does this thing matters? Now this is just like a safeguard to prevent calling the set state after the component is destroyed. So without it, we might get memory leaks, or we can get warning in React, like something like can't perform a React update on an unmounted component. I might I don't know, but coming I don't know how to put it. I usually show this kind of errors, but I don't want to waste time. That was why I just had to write it for you immediately. But then I hope you understand and we can continue coding. But let me just explain one more time. So the mounted variable, it asks like, is this component still alive? That is why we are having this mounted. And initially it starts as true. And when the component unmount, which is here, you are going to set it to false. So all set states is going to check if mounted before running. So then it prevents updating the states after the component is gone, which is why we have if mounted before we set a state, if mounted before we set a state, if mounted before we set a state. Now that this is done, we can continue building. All right, so first we're going to check is if we are loading or not. A curly braces, if is loading, or yeah, just loading. If loading, we are going to return our loading component. So we'll just paste it here. So this is a div and loader2 icon. I don't know why this is giving me errors, but then let's do this. Yeah. Oh shit, I copied everything together. Let me remove this, and yeah, so we can import loader2 from Lucid React. The next we are going to do is to check if books.length is 0. So if our book is 0, we are going to say you have no saved books and tell the user to explore books. So we're going to come here and say if books.length is equal to 0, we're now going to come in here and say return you have no book left, go to explore page. I'll just copy and paste that. You get the point. There's no point. I don't see a need for writing everything word for word, and then I can just return and empty this. Yeah. So if the books.length is 0, we'll just return a p tag saying you have no saved book yet, and then under the p tag we'll return a link. Remember, from next/link, which is going to link to /explore, telling the user to explore more books. Now after this is done, the next we're going to do is to display the books. So that means there's a book, so we're going to have a div, and inside the div is where we are going to have the BookCard component. So just like we did before, the BookCard component, this div is going to have a grid class name, so we're going to make it grid. So I'm just going to copy our previous style and paste it here. Well, I've done it before, so there's no point rewriting it. And then inside here, we're going to use a curly braces and then map over the books. So books.map. And then we're going to get the particular book. This is going to be a type of what? A type of book. Remember that we have this global type. And then we're not going to return immediately. We're going to perform some things first. So we'll say const id will be equal to book.id, just like this. And then we're going to return. And then inside the return statement, we are going to give this a div with a key and a class name of relative. And then inside this div, that is where we're going to have our BookCard component. So I'm going to just paste in the div for the BookCard, and there we have it. So we can get rid of this review. I script out the review. I don't want to make the video so long. Yeah. All right. So just make sure you import the BookCard component from component/BookCard. And now let's see. There's a problem. So it is missing the following. It is missing created art, updated art, published here, and description. So we can just add those. So let's see, created art, book.createdArt. Description, can just add the book dot description, published here. Oh, we don't need all those things. I don't know why it's telling us to add it. We don't need them. We can just make this any. Yeah, just for now, we can just make it any. Oh no, this is not where the problem is. The problem is in BookCard, but we don't need all those things, so I don't know. We don't need them. I'll just add the styles. I'll just add it regardless. Description, just like that, and published here. Just keep it as 0. It's a number. Just add the remaining, and yeah. So if I go inside the library page, as you can see, we have this particular Pride and Prejudice inside the library because that is the only book we've added to our library. Yeah. So the div containing this loading, as you can see, we didn't add any div. So this is looking jam-packed, like it's looking, so we need like a margin to differentiate the books and then this text over there. So we can just add this margin, cut this, go down, and then add it inside. And you can see that space. All right. Now the next we're going to do is to have a small button which we can use to remove a book inside our library page. So for that, we'll go on top our BookCard div, and then we're going to have another div which is going to contain a button, a normal button from HTML. We're not going to be using the button from Shad. Instead, we're going to be using a normal HTML button. So this div is going to have a class name of absolute, and then we're going to give it a right of 2, a top of 2, and a z index of what, 20. Now inside this div, we're going to have the button. Like I said, we're going to be using the normal HTML button. Inside the button, we're going to have a minus sign. Or first, so we're going to give this a class name. Let me give it a class name. Let's just have the minus sign first. Later, I'm going to make the changes. So have the minus sign from Lucid React. And now let's check how it looks. So you can see this minus sign there. And the next what we're going to do is to have a class name inside the button. So I'll just copy and paste it here. Yeah, so this is the class name. We're going to give it a cursor of pointer, give it a kind of white background, with a reduced opacity, and then when you hover around it, it turns to the normal white, and a text of foreground, a padding of 2, right? And then rounded full shadow of MD. So if I save this, you're going to see that it looks better. Now what we want to do is that when we click on this, we want to remove the particular book from the library page. So for that, we're going to be creating a new component, a new function, which is going to call our delete API. So we're going to go on top here. We're going to close this use effect and then open a new, and then go to a new line and create the function. So const handle remove. This is going to be an async function, of course. And then it is going to accept the particular book ID. So this book ID is going to be what? A type of string. Yeah, just like that. Now, if there's no book ID, we just return. There's no point going in the folder, and then we'll put in a try and catch block. In the try statement, we're going to have a state to check removing the ID or not. So we're going to have the state removing ID and set removing ID. So it's either going to be a string or a null. So now we're going to set removing ID to the book ID. So we know the particular book ID that we're removing. So this is the book ID that is going to be passed from the handle remove function. All right, the next we're going to do is to have our API to delete that particular book. So we'll say const response equals to await Axios.delete, and then we pass in the API URL and then the particular book ID, which we are going to get from this parameter here, this book ID parameter. The next we're going to do is if I've removed the book successfully, we're going to perform a function inside here right now. We're going to set the book, we're going to filter everything. All right, we're going to say set books. Remember that books is gotten from this use effect. So we're going to reset the book to add audio books minus that particular book that is in the library. All right, so we'll just have this previous. We'll say the previous book. We're now going to say all the previous book dot filter, and then we get B. B is going to be type of book, and then we're going to return book.id as string, So if this book.id dot to string, so that is an object, so dot to string is not equal to the book ID that we're getting from our parameter, our argument, book ID dot to string. So we're converting both of them to string so that it will be an easy way to make the comparison. So we're getting an error now. Let's check where the problem is. Where is the problem coming from? We just filter, we get our book, and then we say book.id to string. Okay, sorry, I meant to call this to string function. Yeah, so that is that. And then just like that, the next thing, if there's any error, we are going to console.log the error. Console.log the error. And then finally, we are going to set removing ID to null. Just like that. Now we'll go back to our button, our removing ID button. Where is the button? Yeah, this button. And the next we're going to do, first of all, we're going to give this a type of button. Type of button. And then we're now going to give it an onClick function, an onClick handler. So when you click on onClick, it's going to have the event, and then we are going to say e.stop propagation, and then e.prevent default, prevent default, and then we're going to do what? Handle remove. So just get handle. And remember that we need the ID, and this ID is this book.id. So I'm just going to pass in the ID as string. So we're going to typecast this as string. Just like this. So this button should be disabled when the removing ID is equal to this particular ID. And also we need a loading state. So we're going to say if it is equal to that particular ID, add a loading state in here, else it should just have the normal minus sign. So when I save this and click on minus, it should load and it should be get out of, you have no saved book yet. Go back to explore page and we can add other books. So with this, we are done with this particular project. The next steps and the final step is to deploy it so that you can share the link with your family and friends. First thing we have to do is to make sure this code is not just in our machine, but it is available for public use, or you can also keep it for private use, but are available. So the next thing we have to do is to make sure that we push this code to GitHub. So you can use this VS Code GUI, or you can use the command line interface, but I prefer using this GUI for teaching sake, because not everybody might understand commands for now. So let's just use this. So you can just write here project completed, and you can click on commit. Now after committing, you're going to see this publish branch. Click on publish branch and you'll be asked to publish to either a private repo or a public repo. So for you guys, since I'm going to be sharing the link on my YouTube description, I'm going to be making this public. If you want it to be private, you can always make it private, your choice, but I'm just going to click on public. Now as you can see, publish to GitHub, uploading files. We're just going to wait for it to upload, and then you see that it's going to be uploaded. Let's just wait a little. As you can see, successfully published Ezigbo Emmanuel /zbook. So you can go and see it on GitHub. Now let's check GitHub to see our repo. So if I refresh, I should be able to see our repo. Yeah, you can see ZBooks and you can see it is public. So these are our code. These are the code we did, and you can update your README from your code and repush to GitHub again. But since we have it in GitHub, you can just go to Vercel. So Vercel.com. If you don't have an account, you can log in. If you have an account, you can just click on add new and then add new project. The next you have to do is to import the project. So you can see this one, ZBooks. Click on import. All right, so as you can see, it has detected that we're using a Next.js project. The next we're going to do is to add in our environment variables. So go back to your code, go back into .env.local, copy everything inside here, Ctrl A, go back to your Vercel, and then paste it inside. So everything, it is here, then click on deploy. And you can see deployment queued, and you can see your build logs as everything is being deployed. Let's just wait a little and it should be deployed. But if there's any error, I'm going to show you, of course. And also if you encounter any error, please put it in the comments and I'll reply to you. Let's just wait. Next.js 16. It's so funny how I started with Next.js 12 pages router and I'm here Next.js 16. It's like I'm now feeling old. Oh, come on. Just joking. But anyhow, let's just wait for it to get installed. Let's wait for it to get deployed. And as you can see, deployment failed. What is the problem? So it occurred at the /explore page. What is happening here? Okay, so use search params should be wrapped in a suspense boundary. I expected that actually. So we go into our /explore. Let's fix it. We go into /explore. And then we're going to wrap this using the React suspense. So to fix this, we're going to wrap it using React suspense. And first thing we can do is first change this to export const. So export const explore. Instead of explore page, we're going to call it explore content. And then we don't need to export it anymore actually. We can just make it a normal function. So explore content, and then we'll scroll to the down, remove this explore page, and then we can create a new explore page. So we'll just come in here and say, or we can leave the explore page and we'll create a new explore page on that. So we'll say const explore page, and this is going to be a function. Now inside here, we're going to return. So what we're just trying to do is to wrap our page inside a React suspense. So we're going to import suspense from React. So yeah, import suspense from React. And first off, we're going to add a fallback. So fallback, we're going to add our loading state. So let me just copy and paste our loading states, which is our normal loading states. Yeah, so we'll have our loader icon from Lucid React. So this is the fallback. So when our code is loading, it is going to fall back to this. Now inside this suspense, we are now going to put in the explore content. So explore content. Just like this. So save and go back to your Git icon right here. You can just write fix deploy error and click on commit. And click on sync changes and okay. So let's wait. And yeah, so it has been done. The next we are going to do is to go back to Vercel and click on deploy again. Let's see if it's going to work this time. You know, development is one thing, deployment is another thing. Yeah, so you just have to bear with this. Yeah. Yeah, so as you can see, congratulations, we just deployed the new project to our project, and then we can continue to dashboard. And now you can see this, our development link. So this link is what you can use to share to your friends. So if I click on zbooks.vercel.app, let's just wait for it to load. So zbooks.vercel.app and loading books. And yeah, you can share this link right now to your friends and your families for them to see your library application. When you're done, tag me. So this is the end of this video. If you've watched to the end, thank you very much. If you face any problem developing this application, let me know in the comments. I'm going to reply you in lightning speed. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video.